Hey guys. Tonight's story starts with a drizzle, a borrowed knife, and someone whispering a rhyme they really should have proofread. The mud smells like cabbage and bad decisions. A baker's apprentice pricks her thumb for love, and the wind decides to stay and watch. By morning, the goat's staring again, and the parchment she buried is humming. But before you get too cozy, take a second to gently tap that new hype button YouTube just added. It really does help little guys like me push through the algorithm. And take a second to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy this strange little corner of quiet storytelling, and drop a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's strangely comforting to know who else is drifting off with us around the world. Now get comfortable, let the day melt away, and we'll drift back together into the quiet corners of the past. You arrive just after dawn, dragging your boots through mud so clingy it feels personal. The village is smaller than you imagined. One crooked road, several crooked houses, and an unsettling number of laundry lines for a place where no one seems especially clean. The thatched roofs sag like they've seen things. A rooster watches you from a roof beam with the judgmental stare of someone who's been up longer than you and resents it. He does not crow. He does not acknowledge your presence. He simply fluffs his feathers like punctuation and turns away. That's fine. You didn't come for his approval. A goat approaches, slowly, deliberately, like it knows you. You don't know the goat. You think you'd remember a face like that, eyes like wet marbles, and a beard that twitches with contempt. It stops 2 feet from you and sniffs your knee. You try to step around it. The goat mirrors you. You go left. So does the goat. You consider this a warning. The village square, or the place where the mud gets widest and the chickens get boldest, has a stone well in the center and a bench leaning so hard it might actually be sleeping. There is a bucket, frayed rope, and an old woman wrapped in more shawls than logic allows. She squints at you like she's trying to decide whether you're edible. "You're not from here," she says, which is both true and mildly accusatory. You nod and offer a smile that feels more hopeful than polite. She points at your bag. "You got secrets in there? You weren't aware that was a category of item one could carry. You say you're just visiting, that you're passing through, that you're looking for something." She snorts. "Aren't we all? Some want love, some want cheese. Most of us settle somewhere in between." Then she turns back to the well and resumes glaring at it, as if it owes her money. You keep walking. The village smells like smoke, yeast, and a third thing you can't identify but suspect involves cabbage and disappointment. A cart passes you pulled by a donkey with a limp and an attitude. Its driver tips his hat, or would have if he had one. Instead, he just yells, "Mind the road, stranger," and veers into a puddle the size of a philosophical crisis. Children run by, shrieking joyfully or alarmingly, it's hard to tell. One of them is wearing a helmet made from a turnip. Another is waving a stick like a sword and yelling about the great blood romance. You try not to react. The stick is sharp. The turnip child has unsettling focus. You pause by the bakery, drawn in by the smell of something that might once have been bread. The sign outside is shaped like a loaf, but it sags in the middle, like it lost hope halfway through. Inside, a man with flour on his nose and vengeance in his eyes hurls dough against the counter like it insulted his mother. You make eye contact. He grunts. The dough does not survive. There's a tavern, of course. The door swings on hinges that squeak in. Iambic pentameter. A man stumbles out, trailing the scent of ale and poor decisions. He pats you on the shoulder and says, "She said she'd love me forever if I fed her a poem and a parsnip." Then he drops a wilted root vegetable at your feet and wanders off, humming something that might be romantic or a warning. You pass a chapel. It leans. Everything here leans. The priest is outside arguing with a sheep. The sheep is winning. A boy with ink-stained fingers waves from a bench, then sneezes into a parchment and sighs like he just remembered he left joy in his other tunic. He's copying something, you think. Maybe a tax record. Maybe a hex. Hard to tell. You start to notice it more now, the paper. Notes, letters, scraps pinned under rocks or tucked into cracks. Most are too faded to read. A few shine with fresh ink, still damp in the morning chill. One is tied to a tree with red string. It flutters as you pass. You don't look too closely. Not yet. A dog follows you for a while. It sniffs your boots and snorts. You suspect this is the local welcome. Eventually, you find a bench that creaks but holds. You sit. Your bones sigh. The village exhales around you. The rooster finally crows, late and unimpressed, like he just remembered he had a job. Somewhere, a bell rings, though it's unclear who rang it or why. And sitting there, in that almost sun, surrounded by leaning homes and suspicious livestock, you feel it, a strange weight in your chest, like something's waking up, like someone's whispering just out of reach, a pull behind your ribs that might be curiosity, or longing, or indigestion, hard to say, but the goat is watching you again, so you stay very still. It starts, like most troubling things do, with Bertha's voice carrying farther than it should, and louder than is strictly necessary for early morning. She's planted herself near the well again, shawls layered like armor, oatcake in hand, mouth already loaded like a crossbow. You sit on the far bench, pretending to read the village notice nailed to the post, which hasn't been updated since the Goat Council election fiasco 3 winters ago. She used blood, Bertha declares, breaking a piece off her oatcake with unnecessary drama. Real blood, for love. Agnes, seated beside her, squints at the horizon like it might offer commentary. Whose blood? She asks. Yours or theirs makes all the difference. Martha sniffs. Not the dismissive kind, but the diagnostic kind, like she's about to prescribe judgment. Doesn't matter whose, she says. The spell worked. You glance over, only slightly, the way someone might if they're casually inspecting a suspiciously large turnip. The women don't notice, or they pretend not to. Hard to tell with them. They've been sitting near that well every morning for the last 10 years, or possibly since the village was founded, slowly calcifying into folklore. Bertha leans forward. She smeared it right there, on a parchment scrap, folded it thrice, buried it under the willow tree. Agnes sucks her teeth thoughtfully. That's not how you're supposed to fold a spell. Thrice is for binding, twice is for desire, once is for flavor. That's recipes, Martha mutters. She buried it anyway, Bertha continues. And now the Cooper can't look at any woman without swooning, not even his mother. That's unfortunate, Agnes says, and sounds like she means it. You try to focus on the notice again. It still reads, Lost boot, found goat, possibly related. You don't think it is. Martha adjusts her shawl like she's gearing up for intellectual combat. It's unnatural. Love's not meant to be yanked out of someone like weeds. It's meant to grow, slowly, like moss, or disappointment. Bertha shakes her head. Well, it grew all right. Grew so fast the man fainted into his own barrel. They had to roll him out like a biscuit tin. Agnes sighs. People. Used to use poetry. Flowers. A decent onion stew. Now it's blood. Everyone's in a hurry. The well creaks as someone draws up water. The bucket smells vaguely of iron and soap and something you don't want to identify. A young girl approaches, says nothing, fills her pail, and runs off as if she's heard enough for one lifetime. Mark my words, Martha says, lifting her finger like she's about to hex the clouds. You start using blood for love, and next thing you know, cows stop giving milk and the fish start swimming in circles. That's what happened last week, Bertha notes. No, Agnes corrects. Last week was the beetroot incident. Different magic entirely, more digestive. You shift on the bench, not uncomfortably, just attentively. Blood magic is the sort of topic that makes the air feel thick, like porridge left out overnight. It settles behind your ears, sticks to your thoughts. You don't want to know more. You absolutely do. Bertha bites her oatcake like it insulted her cousin. It wasn't cow blood either. No, she used her own. Well, that explains the bandages, Agnes says. I thought she'd tried to wring her own neck. Nope, Bertha says with glee. Just love. Martha folds her arms. She's 17. She's not allowed to love anyone except books, goats, and mild disappointment. Agnes hums. I heard she sang to it while she bled. Something about longing and apricots. Bertha rolls her eyes. It's always apricots. These girls think if it rhymes with heart, it must be romantic. Martha stares at the well like it might bubble with wisdom. Back in my day, you waited until someone saved your brother from a bear or gifted you 3 whole apples before you even considered courtship. In your day, Agnes says, people married whoever could count to 7 and had all their teeth. Teeth are overrated, Bertha mumbles. Silence settles, thick and knowing. Even the wind seems to pause for commentary. Somewhere, a chicken squawks indignantly. You stand slowly, brushing crumbs from your lap even though you haven't eaten anything. The women don't look at you, but you feel the weight of their attention hovering just out of reach, like a dropped stitch or an unfinished sentence. You hear enough then? Bertha asks, eyes still fixed on the well. You pause, half-turned. Wasn't listening. Good, Martha says, narrowing her eyes. Then you won't know anything when it happens again. Again? You ask, before you remember not to. Agnes smiles, the slow kind that doesn't reach her eyes. Blood's just ink with ambition, dear. And love doesn't like to be quiet. You walk away. Slowly. Deliberately. Like someone who definitely hasn't learned anything they weren't supposed to. Behind you, Bertha tears off another piece of her oatcake with the satisfaction of someone who knows more than she'll ever tell. The well creaks again, the rope frays just a little more, and somewhere beneath the willow tree, something folded in 3 waits for spring. It happens on a Tuesday, which is already suspicious. Tuesdays are the least trustworthy of days. They pretend to be industrious, but mostly they skulk in the middle of the week and wait for someone to make a mistake. You are that someone. The mistake is stepping inside the abandoned cottage near the edge of town, the one everyone insists is simply resting, even though it has no door, 3 missing windows, and a family of owls squatting in the rafters. You're not looking for anything in particular. Maybe shade, maybe answers, maybe just a place to sit where Bertha's voice doesn't carry. You think the cottage is empty until the floor groans under your weight, like it remembers better tenants and worse ideas. You take another step, and something beneath the floorboards gives the unmistakable sound of paper attempting to sound innocent. You crouch, press your hand against the warped wood, and feel the telltale softness of a loose plank. It lifts with a splintery sigh, revealing a narrow gap stuffed with dust, spider limbs, and a folded scrap of parchment that smells faintly of onions and something harder to name. Not death, not quite. Something like disappointment that's been stewing too long. The parchment is stiff, the edges browned with time and what looks very much like dried blood. You hold it up to the light filtering through the broken slats of roof, and a single word comes to mind. Oh no. The handwriting is swoopy and self-important, the kind that belongs to someone who practices signatures for fun. There are flourishes, there is underlining, there is unfortunately poetry. You read it aloud, because you've never been good at stopping yourself from doing the things you'll later deny. O beating heart, thou crimson ache, by blood and ink thy form I make. If thou shalt see my longing plea, then love me back, immediately. You pause. The rhyme scheme limps. The 4th line feels like it was added under duress. You flip the parchment over. On the back, written in smaller, almost embarrassed script, is an addendum. P.S. It's Eloise. From the bakery. With the braid. You lower the paper and look around the room. half expecting Eloise to emerge from a cabinet and demand to know what you think. But there is no Eloise. There is only a pile of broken shingles in the corner, two moths flirting aggressively in a sunbeam, and the quiet, sticky stillness of magic that has either faded or gone to sleep with one eye open. You study the blood. It's not bright, it's not fresh. It's the color of old cherries and dried leaves. You don't know whose it was, but the parchment is crinkled in the way of things folded by anxious hands. The lines near the fold are stained darker, as if clenched tightly before being hidden, as if someone hoped burying it would make it work faster. You think of Eloise, with the braid. You've seen her once or twice, elbow deep in dough, face dusted in flour, arguing with the oven like it insulted her mother. She doesn't seem the poetic type. Then again, love makes fools of everyone, and perhaps also minor poets. You sit on the creaky stool near the hearth, parchment in your hands, wondering who it was for. Was it that lanky blacksmith who always smells of soot and tries to juggle horseshoes when nervous? Was it the traveling peddler with too many scarves and too few teeth? Or someone married? Someone unavailable? Someone who already loved someone else? Just not Eloise, and definitely not through poetry. You imagine the scene. Eloise, heart thudding, prickling her finger or slicing her palm, or cutting just enough to drip. She crouches on the cottage floor, writing with one hand, bleeding with the other, murmuring rhymes into the wood like prayers. Maybe she cried. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she believed this would work because someone said it once did, or because she couldn't think of anything else to try. There's a strange silence in the room now, heavy and waiting. You wonder if unfulfilled spells linger, if they curl into the corners like dust and listen for footsteps. The paper feels warm in your hand, but that could be your imagination. You hope it's your imagination. Outside, the wind rustles something that might be leaves or might be small wings. You put the parchment back exactly as you found it, pressing the floorboard down with the heel of your boot until it settles with a grudging thunk. The spell didn't work. Or maybe it did and someone swooned inconveniently into a barrel and never figured out why. Either way, it's not yours. You leave the cottage slowly, careful not to look over your shoulder, just in case something still watches. Just in case Eloise's braid is mentioned again, somewhere else, by someone else, and the wind remembers you read her poem aloud. Back on the road, you wipe your hands on your tunic. Though there's nothing on them, they still feel sticky. The cottage leans behind you, whispering secrets into the wind, and you walk faster. Not because you're frightened, of course not, but because now you know, blood is easier to spill than love and harder to clean up. It comes up over stew, which is how most troubling revelations tend to arrive in this village. You're seated at a long, uneven table in the tavern with 3 people you've spoken to only twice, and one you're fairly certain is named after a plant. The stew tastes vaguely of salt and longing, with occasional interruptions of potato. You're halfway through chewing something fibrous and suspicious when someone mentions the pig heart. Essential for affection transmission, says Tansy, swirling her spoon like she's trying to summon something. You can't just smear blood on parchment and expect it to work properly. It needs direction, a conduit. Pig heart's best. You freeze mid-chew. Affection transmission sounds like a phrase invented by a theologian trying to make kissing sound deadly. You swallow slowly, just in case the stew has ideas. Across from you, the butcher's apprentice raises one eyebrow and says, "I used a duck heart once." Tansy makes a noise that could curdle milk. That explains everything about your last 3 relationships, Anton. "I'll have you know Maribel still writes me letters," he says. "She writes everyone letters," Tansy says. She once mailed one to a loaf of bread because she said it understood her. The old man at the end of the table coughs like he's trying to interrupt or maybe just escape his own lungs. "Pig's got the right structure," he says, squinting into his bowl. Big, bloody, willing to participate if bribed. You ask, cautiously, what exactly affection transmission entails. There is a silence. a long one. Tansy looks into her spoon as if hoping the answer will rise from it. Anton begins to hum. The old man picks at his teeth with a matchstick and mutters, "It's metaphysical." That clears up nothing. You press on, because you're already in too deep, and you ask why it has to be a pig. Not a goat, not a rabbit, not, say, symbolic affection, represented through a nice song or polite conversation. Tansy sighs and leans in. Because pigs are close to people, she says. Inside. Not in personality, obviously. Pigs are clever and clean and emotionally honest, but biologically, real neighborly. Their hearts beat like ours. They carry feelings well. You think of the pig that lives behind the mill. You've seen it once or twice, snuffling in the mud with the soulful eyes of someone who's read too many books and wishes they hadn't. That pig does not seem emotionally equipped to carry anyone else's feelings. That pig seems like it is barely holding on to its own. Anton stabs his stew with renewed enthusiasm. "It's got to be fresh," he says. "Cold hearts don't carry the spell. Gotta be warm. Still remembering love, or at least lunch." Tansy shudders. "Don't phrase it like that again." You imagine the process now, someone crouched over an altar or a stump, or, knowing this village, a surprisingly clean compost heap, cradling a freshly liberated pig heart, and whispering rhymes into it like secrets. The image does not comfort you. You wonder if the pig knows what it's contributing to. You hope not. You ask, without really meaning to, if the heart has to be given or taken. There's another pause. Tansy tilts her head. "Well," she says carefully, "offering is better, spiritually cleaner. If the pig consents, the magic flows easier. Otherwise, there's friction." Anton snorts. "What? The pig signs a waiver?" "No," Tansy says. "But you ask. It's polite. If the pig walks away, you try a chicken. Chickens don't care. No one's ever fallen in love using a chicken heart, but they're good for curses and long-distance guilt. The stew has gone cold in your bowl. The potato tastes of betrayal now. Outside, someone is arguing with a goat. Again. Inside, the fire crackles warmly, trying its best to ignore the conversation. The old man slurps his stew like he's heard all this before and is hoping to forget it in the broth. You ask what happens if you use the pig heart and the blood and the poem and it still doesn't work. Tansy shrugs. "Then it wasn't love," she says, with the calm certainty of someone who once dated a beekeeper and lived to tell the tale. Or the rhyme was bad, or the pig held a grudge. Could be any number of things. Anton lifts his mug. To swine-born yearning, he toasts and drinks deeply. The old man nods solemnly, as though he too has known the sting of affection rerouted through uncooperative livestock. You leave the tavern with more questions than answers, and a growing suspicion that love, in this village, is not so much a feeling as it is a recipe with morally dubious ingredients. As you pass the mill, you catch sight of the pig again. It looks at you, long, slow, knowing. You offer it a nod. The pig snorts once and turns away. You feel judged and, somehow, understood. The apothecary smells like eucalyptus, wilted ambition, and something vaguely medicinal that might also be soup. You duck under a string of drying herbs hanging too low for comfort and immediately get smacked in the face by something that could be time or possibly a warning. The door closes behind you with the kind of thump that implies judgment. The room is small, cluttered, and gives off the general impression that at least half the shelves are decorative, the other half dangerous, and none of them dusted on purpose. Behind the counter, a woman in a violet shawl watches you over a stack of jars labeled with things like mirth bark and toe flower and no again. She has a face carved in angles and smirks, the kind that suggests she has survived 3 husbands, 2 curses, and 1 very emotional goose. "Welcome," she says, drawing the word out like taffy. you're not entirely sure you want to chew, looking for something soothing, alarming, or somewhere in between. You say you're just browsing, which is a lie, but a polite one. She nods as if she hears this often and believes it even less. There are pots of salves arranged by color, which is not comforting since they all hover around shades of green, best described as questionable. Dried plants hang from every beam, and a crow feather is wedged into a jar marked emergency flattery. There's a crate in the corner that rattles softly, as if something inside is trying to be patient but also has claws. You linger near the inks. They're bottled in glass so thin it seems indecent, and the labels boast names like Whispers, Night Tongue, and Crimson Longing #3. You ask what makes them different from regular ink. The apothecary leans forward, resting her elbows on the counter with a sound like old wood remembering a secret. Regular ink writes. These inks mean you write your heart in black pledge. Someone feels it in their teeth. Use Scarlet Hollow, and your ex wakes up sobbing without knowing why. You pick up a bottle at random. It hums, not loudly, just enough to make your thumb feel like it's thinking too hard. You set it back down. What's in them? You ask. She smiles, all teeth and plausible deniability. The usual. Plant dyes, crushed beetle shells, a little heat, a little ache, maybe a tear, maybe not yours. You stare at her. She stares back, delighted. In the back corner, something skitters behind a curtain. You pretend not to hear it. The curtain pretends not to move. Everyone agrees this is for the best. I don't sell anything I wouldn't use myself, she says, picking up a jar labeled lung flower and shaking it for emphasis. It emits a fine dust and an unsettling wheeze. And I don't use anything unless it's approved by the old book and my own bad instincts. You ask her if she carries anything for love spells. She lifts an eyebrow, slowly. The kind that simmers, or the kind that scorches and leaves a message behind? You aren't sure. You say you're just curious. Another polite lie. She turns and selects a tin from the shelf without looking. It's wrapped in red twine and sealed with wax that smells like cinnamon and warnings. This one's for honesty, she says. Yours or theirs depends on the moon. Brew it into tea or smear it behind the knees. Works best if followed by emotional vulnerability and a sandwich. You blink. Behind the knees? Love lives in strange places, she says, not helpfully. You move to a shelf that seems less emotionally loaded. It's full of beetles, or beetle shells, or possibly beetles pretending to be shells. One of them clicks at you. Not menacingly, just in a way that suggests it knows your childhood secrets. You ask about the beetles. She waves a hand. Leftovers. Ignore them. They're decorative. One of the beetles blinks. You do not. Some people say they're haunted, she continues breezily, wiping a jar with a cloth that leaves more smudge than it removes. I say people see what they want, and sometimes what they deserve. You back away from the beetles. They do not follow. Yet. She rings you up, though you don't remember agreeing to purchase anything. Your hands now hold a sachet of dried petals, a small jar of ink labeled Linger, and something called Preemptive Closure. You ask what the last one is for. She grins. Just in case. Most people don't know they need it until they do. You thank her. She nods once, brisk and final, like someone ending a transaction and a chapter at the same time. As you leave, the curtain rustles again. A single beetle clicks once. The door shuts behind you harder than you. Remember it opening. Outside, the air smells cleaner, less enchanted, more safe, which is suspicious in its own way. You walk quickly, not because you're frightened, of course not, but because your thumb is still humming, and the ink in your pocket feels heavier than glass ought to. The scribe's hut leans like it's embarrassed to be here. It's tucked between the cooper's shop and the tailor's goat, which is technically the tailor's shed, but currently occupied by a goat who has claimed squatter's rights and refuses to negotiate. You knock on the door twice, Then again, because the first knock sounds like an apology and you're not sure he heard it. Inside, it smells of ink, dust, and something floral that might be lilacs or heartbreak. The scribe is hunched over a desk with 12 candles and 1 cup of tea, none of which are behaving as they should. He doesn't look up as you enter, because he's mid-sneeze, and the parchment beneath his quill already bears the mark of at least 3 failed attempts to keep his sinuses from interrupting romance. He sneezes again. The quill jerks. The heart on the page now has horns. He sighs. "Welcome," he says, in the tone of someone who means it abstractly. "Mind the inks. They're emotionally volatile this morning." You step around a spilled pot of something dark and shimmering that hums faintly when touched by light. The table next to it holds a stack of pages, all stained, crumpled, and faintly accusatory. You pick one up. The top line reads, "By thy lips I burn like the 3rd moon of summer," but the next line has been blotted out by what appears to be an entire sneeze. "Love spells give me allergies," he explains, sniffling into a cloth that was once white but has since accepted its fate. Not metaphorically, actual sneezing. Hives, if it's particularly poetic. Roses are the worst. Lavender's a death sentence. One girl tried lilacs and metaphors in the same stanza and I nearly perished. You tell him you didn't know that was possible. "Neither did I," he says, reaching for another blank page. "But now I keep a fennel sachet on my belt. Helps a little. Doesn't fix the deeper problems." You glance at the shelf above his desk. It's lined with scrolls, half-finished spells, pressed flowers, and 1 dried apple with a face carved into it. The apple seems judgmental, or tired, possibly both. He dips the quill again and begins to write. "Oh, object of my sleepless ache, your name lives in my ink-stained wake." He pauses, sneezes, smudges the verse with his sleeve, then crosses out the entire thing and writes simply, "Never mind." You ask if he writes all the spells in the village. He nods. "Most of them." People come in whispering, blushing, sometimes crying, always dramatic. They think love is mysterious, but then ask for the same 3 rhymes: fire, desire, and admire. Occasionally, choir, if they're feeling bold. You ask if he's ever written one for himself. He freezes, blinks, fiddles with the quill. "Once," he says, and does not elaborate. The silence settles, not heavy, but awkwardly shaped, like a hug offered too late. He stands and gestures to a small chest beneath the desk. That one's full of drafts, the ones that didn't quite land. Some people say the magic still works even if the verse is bad. Others say those are the ones that turn people into frogs. You kneel and open it. The first parchment reads, "Your smile is like a moderately acceptable sunrise." The second one says, "I long for you like geese long for chaos." The third is just a single heart drawn repeatedly, then stabbed through with what might be a fork. You close the chest gently. "I don't judge," the scribe says, clearing his throat. "Love isn't tidy. It's mucus and mist metaphors and ink that won't dry." You believe him. He pulls a ribbon-bound bundle from under his chair. These are the clean copies, the ones that worked, or, at least, didn't cause immediate collapse. He hands you one. The script is neater than you expect. Still a smudge in the corner, like a memory that won't quite fade. The lines are simple. "If you see me, truly see me, bring nothing but your quiet, and stay." You say it's beautiful. He shrugs. It made someone cry. Not the intended target, but still, that counts for something. You leave him with his ink pots and his sneezes, stepping into the sun that suddenly feels warmer than before. Behind you, a quill scratches gently, stopping and starting like it's searching for the right word but willing to settle for a true one. You are not supposed to be watching, technically. Gerald has asked everyone to give him privacy, which, in village terms, means standing just far enough away to pretend you're not listening while actually hearing everything through a suspiciously thin hedge. You are not proud of this, but you are also not alone. The spell is supposed to be simple, One parchment, one pig heart sourced, questionably, from the back of Martha's larder. A thimble of ink called Velvet H, and 3 drops of blood from Gerald's left ring finger, which he donated with the dramatic flair of someone who has never been in love, but has read 3 poems and watched 2 people kiss once. He kneels in the clearing, trembling with the seriousness of it all, parchment spread before him like a picnic for feelings. The scribe helped with the verse begrudgingly, and the ink is fresh. The pig heart, well, it pulses more than it should, considering it's no longer in a pig. You're not sure if that's a good sign or just further proof that no one really knows how any of this works. Gerald lights the candle, even though it's mid-afternoon, because the instructions say heat is symbolic, and he is taking this seriously. He reads the words aloud in the cadence of a man who once failed to act in a school play but still believes in redemption through articulation. O Elfrida, fairest bloom of dawn, let thy heart be by mine drawn, let love be sown, and now begin. He pauses, the parchment flutters, to know me deep, and let me in. A hush falls across the not-so-empty glade. The wind shifts. The pig heart gives a twitch that seems medically inadvisable. Gerald clutches the parchment to his chest like a knight awaiting knighthood, or at the very least, moderate affection. And then, from the road, Elfrida appears. She is carrying a basket of turnips, which is not unusual. What is unusual is the way she suddenly stops, stares into the basket, and gasps, as if discovering it holds the secrets of the universe. She lifts one turnip to her cheek and sighs. Beautiful, she whispers, stroking it like a kitten. You've always understood me. Gerald blinks. The turnip, in fairness, does have a nice shape. Smooth, symmetrical, a little pink at the top, but it is still a turnip. Elfrida begins talking to the entire basket, cradling it in her arms with the sort of reverence normally reserved for saints and very good cheese. She kisses one, then another. She doesn't look at Gerald. She doesn't even seem to know he exists. Gerald rises slowly, confusion blooming across his face like mold in a too-warm pantry. Elfrida? He calls softly, hopeful. She does not hear him, or if she does, she clearly prefers tubers. Your silence is wise, she tells the basket. You don't talk over me. You don't judge. You just grow. Gerald takes a step forward, raising a hand, as if love might be redirected with the right gesture. The air around him shivers. Elfrida whirls. Her eyes are wild in a way that says she would defend her vegetables to the death. Don't touch them, she warns. You wouldn't understand. They're mine. She clutches the basket tighter and backs away, muttering sweet nothings to a root vegetable that, until 5 minutes ago, was destined for soup. Hedge rustles behind you as Bertha tries to stifle a gasp. Beside her, Tansy bites her knuckle to keep from laughing, which is not particularly successful. Even the scribe, who has appeared quietly with a fresh handkerchief, winces and begins jotting down notes under a heading labeled Unintended Outcomes. Gerald slumps, not all at once. First his shoulders, then his hope, then finally his knees, which do not enjoy sudden decisions. He sits in the grass, watching Elfrida walk away arm in arm with a basket of firm, emotionally fulfilling turnips. You step forward cautiously and sit beside him. After a long silence, he says, I think I used too much ink. You nod. Or maybe not enough honesty. Or maybe magic does what it wants. Do you think she'll be all right? He asks, staring after the basket. You consider. Maybe, if the turnips don't leave her. He laughs. It's short, strange, and slightly wet. He wipes his nose on his sleeve. I just wanted her to notice me. She did, you say, briefly, right before she fell in love with agriculture. You pat his arm. The pig heart has stopped twitching. The candle flickers out with a sigh. The parchment flutters once more, then lies still, stained with blood, ink, and a very small beetle that seems confused about its role in all this. You help Gerald to his feet. He's heavier with disappointment but lighter in delusion. He leaves the parchment behind. No one picks it up. Even the wind leaves it alone. The river pretends not to listen, but you know better. It has that particular ripple to it, gossiping water, small swirls of judgment moving downstream at a lazy pace. The sun hangs low, like it's eavesdropping too, and the reeds whisper secrets with all the tact of someone who's already told 10 people and doesn't mind making it 11. You don't mean to overhear anything. You just meant to sit, think, possibly skim a pebble or two in a contemplative but ultimately unimpressive fashion. Instead, you find yourself crouched behind a willow that seems, by the angle of its drooping branches, deeply complicit in what follows. 2 figures at the riverbank, close enough to speak softly, not close enough to trust. The first is wearing a cloak too fine for someone in this village, or possibly too fine for anyone who's ever truly been in love. The second is chewing on a piece of straw in a way that suggests anxiety, boredom, or both. Neither sees you, neither suspects the willow has ears. I used oxblood, Cloak says, without preamble. There is a long pause afterward, like they are waiting for the river to absolve them. It doesn't. It just glugs meaningfully. Straw stops chewing. Oxblood? Cloak shrugs. It was available. It's not even warm-blooded enough, Straw replies, though this may be a guess. You're not sure if that's a thing. You're not sure they are, either. I read it once, Cloak says. In that book Bertram left behind before the bees took him, it said oxen had strong hearts. That seemed romantic. Oxen also chew cud and defecate mid-step, Straw says, not unkindly. That seems less romantic. I was desperate, Cloak admits, tracing a finger through the mud. He wouldn't look at me. Not really. Not like he did her. Straw nods, slowly, the way someone nods when they've also recently used livestock products for emotional purposes. There is a long silence, the kind that suggests something else is coming, something worse or better, depending on how much you like discomfort. I used wine, Straw says eventually. Red, the good kind. I didn't have blood, thought maybe the symbolism would count. Cloak tilts their head. Did it? No, Straw says. He got drunk and married a cousin. You are not sure if they mean the spell recipient or the wine, possibly both. It's hard to tell where the metaphor ends and the heartbreak begins. Cloak exhales hard enough to dolo, startle a duck, which honks once in protest and then waddles off, judging everyone. I followed all the steps, Cloak mutters, wrote the name 12 times, burned the paper, dripped the blood, chanted under moonlight, even shaved my arms. Why? Bertram's book said the gods prefer smooth offerings. Bertram was stung over 200 times and died hallucinating, Straw reminds gently. They both sit with this truth for a moment. You sit with it too, because you have nowhere else to be, and because something about failure is easier to understand when it's spoken in hushed tones near running water. I just wanted him to see me, Cloak says, to really see me, to say my name like it meant something, not like a grocery list, not like I was just there. Straw doesn't respond immediately. They skip a stone instead. It hops once, then sinks, which feels metaphorical. What's worse, Straw says finally, is that I knew it wouldn't work, deep down, but I did it anyway. I poured the wine, sang the words, believed so hard I gave myself a nosebleed. Still, nothing. He left the next day, said he was following his calling, turned out to be sheep. Literal sheep. Literal sheep. Another silence. The river seems to gurgle sympathetically, or maybe it's just laughing. Cloak leans back and looks up at the sky, as though hoping a god might offer feedback. None do. Just a bird that may or may not be circling for drama. You think we're cursed? Cloak asks. No, Straw says. I think we're lonely. You are not supposed to hear that. You weren't supposed to hear any of this, but now it's in you, swimming around like a thought with nowhere to dry off. The two figures stand. Cloak wipes their hands on the grass. Straw tosses the chewed straw into the river. It floats off like it's relieved. They walk away without touching, but close enough that it might happen someday, if someone writes the right spell. With the right blood under the right sky, you wait until they're gone before you step into the clearing, where the stone still rests in the water like a failed hope. You try to skip your own stone. It hops once, then sinks. You nod. You understand. The chapel doesn't lock its wine. This is its first mistake. The second mistake is trusting that no one will look behind the wine, which sits on a wobbly shelf in the back corner, dusty with age and indifference. You are not here for communion or contemplation. You are here because Martha said, very casually while pretending to mend a hem she had already finished, that certain things sometimes hide where the grapes sleep. So here you are, with a flickering taper and an increasingly guilty conscience, moving dusty bottles of sacramental red to reveal a book that is not, strictly speaking, religious. It is bound in cracked leather and titled The Heart's Most Dangerous Rhymes, which sounds romantic until you realize the Z in dangerous is actually a worm trail. You decide not to read too far into it. The book hums faintly when you touch it. This is not a metaphor. You open it anyway. The first page is dedicated to someone named Mistress V. You assume the V stands for something ominous, like vengeance or very poor decisions. The ink is florid. The smell is old parchment and unsuccessful dates. You sit on the stone floor, between two pews that creak like they disapprove of lust, and begin to read. There once was a lad from the glen who wooed with a rooster and pen, but his verse made her cry, and the rooster did die, and he fled to a convent of men. You blink, you turn the page. Your cheeks are plump like cidered pears. Your gaze does strip me unawares. I'd burn my toes. I'd eat 3 bees to get a whiff beneath your knees. The poetry gets worse from here, or better, depending on how you define artistic success. Some of the rhymes are strained, stitched together with pure desperation and what appears to be footnotes. Others are shockingly vivid. One poem includes a line about sweat-drenched longing behind a haystack, which might be romantic if you have never smelled a haystack. Several pages in, you find one marked with a pressed violet and a warning written in block letters, "Do not read aloud." Naturally, you read it aloud. O fire that coils in aching breast, compel their soul to find no rest until they see my burning face. You stop. Something clinks behind you. You do not turn around. Instead, you close the book, gently, but with the speed of someone trying to trap a bee without upsetting it. You blow out your candle. You wait. A bottle of wine slowly rolls off the shelf and lands upright beside you. You open the book again, just to the next page. This one has a note scrawled in the margin. Summoned something. Looked like a toad. Wore a hat. Spoke in riddles. Would not leave. Do not use unless emotionally stable. You are not emotionally stable. You keep reading. Some of the poems are charming in their way. There's a whole section on freckles. One ode to elbows. A passionate, if confused, piece dedicated to someone's left ankle. The poems speak of longing in the way a thunderstorm speaks of weather loud, messy, and not always intelligible. You begin to understand why people used these, not because they were good, but because they were personal, stupid sometimes, earnest always, the kind of thing you scrawl in a margin and hide before anyone can see what you felt, which is possibly why this book was hidden in the first place. That, or the demon poem. You tuck it back behind the wine when the candle burns low. It doesn't hum anymore, but the air feels warmer around it, like it's slightly embarrassed to have been found. You decide not to tell Martha what you discovered, or the priest, or the goat currently nibbling weeds just outside the chapel window, who has been your sole witness and now likely holds several dangerous secrets. Outside, the village is unchanged, but you are holding rhymes in your head like kindling, and it's hard to say whether you're more amused or moved. You recall the ankle poem and feel a small ache behind your ribs. The poems weren't meant to be perfect. They were meant to be believed in, even the one that probably summoned the toad. The priest does not call you by name. He summons you like a thundercloud might summon wind broadly, ominously, and with the expectation that you will arrive slightly damp and already ashamed. You obey, not because you fear him, but because you are curious what sort of sermon begins with the words, "Come here, I know what you've been thinking." You follow him into the chapel, where the air smells like candle wax, stubborn guilt, and possibly celery. He gestures for you to sit, but does not wait to see if you do. Instead, he paces in a slow, deliberate circle near the altar, muttering prayers that sound suspiciously like they're for his own benefit. "Blood spells," he says finally, turning with the grace of someone who once tried acting and was told never to do it again, "are unnatural." You nod, which is both vague and safe. "They are cheats," he continues. "Shortcuts through the garden of divine love, trampling every rose and likely stealing a potato or two along the way. Do you know what happened to the last boy who tried one?" You shake your head. You assume something tragic. He fell in love with his reflection, married a mirror, claimed it was the only one who truly understood him. The priest crosses himself. He now lives in a shed behind his mother's house. They speak only through curtains. You do not ask whether this is true. Truth has a loose relationship with most stories in this village, especially when told from behind a pulpit. The priest sighs and picks up a small cup of water. You suspect it was meant for baptisms or particularly thirsty saints. He flicks it toward the floor in a vague act of purification. Some lands on your boot. "Love," he declares, "must be earned, not drawn with blades and ink. You cannot trick the heart. You cannot scribble it into obedience like a naughty goat." You briefly remember the goat that once chewed your diary and then followed you for 3 weeks. You say nothing. The priest reaches for a chicken. It's unclear where the chicken came from. It was not here when you entered. Now it is on the pew beside him, looking mildly insulted and deeply philosophical. The priest lays a hand on its head. "May your soul be freed from temptation," he says. The chicken squints. "May your path be righteous." The chicken sneezes. "May you resist the call of unnatural affections, even when written in rhyming couplets." You wait. The chicken lays an egg. The priest blinks, then gently sets the bird down, clears his throat, and pretends it did not happen. You mirror him in silence, like a good congregant and a better liar. He returns to you, suddenly smaller, without the chicken's implied judgment. His tone shifts, softer now, like he's speaking to someone who has already bought the cursed book but hasn't yet lit the candle. "I know what longing feels like," he admits. "Once, when I was a boy, I wrote my name and hers in the dirt behind the tannery, lit a match, watched it burn, swore it would mean something." You try to picture him young. You fail. He was likely born with that scowl and a skeptical brow. "It didn't mean anything," he says. "She married a fisherman. I took a vow. Sometimes I still wonder if I should have used ink." You consider asking what kind. You don't. He turns away, lighting a candle that does not need lighting, as if it might distract both of you from the flicker of memory. Outside, a crow caws like it knows something important and refuses to share it. "You can't force love," the priest says. "And if you carve it out of flesh and rhyme and blood, you won't get what you think you're getting. You'll get something else, something hollow, something that looks back at you without blinking." He glances at the egg, and sometimes something that lays eggs. You stand, unsure if you are dismissed or simply done. The priest waves vaguely toward the door, as though sending you off to a better decision. As you step outside, The light feels strange. Not quite judgment, not quite forgiveness, just something watching. You wonder if the priest is right. You wonder if anyone is. The wind carries the faint scent of ink. You tell yourself you won't use it. Not yet. Maybe not at all. Behind you, the chicken clucks once. A soft, knowing sound. Like it too has read your thoughts. The plan is whispered beneath a sack of turnips behind Agnes's barn. You are not entirely sure how you got involved, but Agnes has a way of making crimes sound like favors and favors sound like obligations. She says, the pig is destined, which is not comforting. She also says it won't feel a thing, which is less comforting. You nod, because you're already holding the rope. The pig in question is called Borislav, named after someone's uncle who once swallowed a spoon and claimed it gave him visions. Borislav is round in the way that suggests deep personal philosophy and the occasional onion pastry. He regards you with deep suspicion, then snorts like someone who has seen too much and not been compensated fairly. Agnes explains the spell as you walk. Technically, she says, it's not theft, it's relocation. A brief borrowing, a porcine pilgrimage if you will. You will not. But she continues anyway. She says the pig's heart is essential for warmth spells, which are like love spells but stickier. You do not ask what she means. She is already describing how beetroot juice can be substituted for blood if you whisper sweetly while chopping. You tug the rope. Borislav tugs back. You are evenly matched. The path to the clearing is muddy and suspiciously silent. Agnes hums a tune that might be a lullaby or a threat. You try not to step in anything that looks recent. Borislav makes a noise like a sigh or a legal objection. In the center of the clearing, there is a circle of salt, a candlestick made of bone, and what appears to be a very old mitten nailed to a stump. Agnes calls this the altar. You call it ominous. Borislav calls it none of my business and begins chewing on the rope. You hold him still while Agnes chants something that rhymes awkwardly with devotion. She pours beetroot juice into a bowl that looks like it once held soup and trauma. She adds a strand of hair, 3 drops of wax, and what might be a toenail but hopefully isn't. The air smells like ambition and soup gone wrong. She nods at you. Now we wait. You ask what for. She shrugs. A sign, a shiver, a minor haunting, sometimes just a bird. You wait. Nothing happens. Borislav lies down. After a while, Agnes sighs and admits that maybe the beetroot wasn't fresh enough. Or perhaps the mitten lost its charge. Or perhaps Borislav is spiritually resistant. She jots this down in a notebook labeled Factors. Then she hands you a beetroot the size of guilt and says thank you. You ask if the spell worked. She says maybe. Borislav sneezes on your boot. Back in the village, Agnes releases the pig exactly where she found him, which she insists negates any crime. You are less sure, but Borislav doesn't seem inclined to press charges. He waddles into his pen, looks you in the eye, and flops over with a sound like resignation. Later that night, your left ear itches in the shape of a heart. A flower blooms on your windowsill, even though it's October and you didn't plant anything. You wake from a dream in which someone whispers your name from behind a curtain made of goose feathers. You do not feel loved, but you do feel noticed. Agnes knocks once, just after midnight. She hands you a bundle wrapped in a scarf and says, minor side effects, might pass, or not. Inside the bundle is a walnut, a single copper coin, and what looks suspiciously like the toenail from earlier. You ask what to do with them. She says, treat them gently. They're probably watching. She leaves before you can ask more. The wind picks up. A beetroot rolls off your table. Somewhere in the distance, a pig oinks once, like punctuation. It starts with a drizzle. Not the dramatic kind that inspires poetry or accidents, but the sort that makes you suspicious of the sky's intentions. You are outside the baker's shop, holding a slightly damp scone and watching the clouds shuffle across each other like gossiping hens. Maribel stands in the lane, arms crossed, glaring at nothing in particular. Her sleeves are wet. Her expression is wetter. Across from her, Lottie is trying to remain calm, which is difficult because her mouth has just started singing on its own. It begins with a hum, low and hesitant, as if testing the acoustics of the village square. Maribel turns toward it with a look that implies ancient betrayal. Lottie's eyes widen. Her mouth, unsupervised, launches into a shaky melody about longing and dairy. The song appears to rhyme moonlight with cheese bite. Maribel hisses. "You said you hadn't done one." Lottie hiccups. Not just a hiccup, an operatic, Latin hiccup. "Salve," she gasps, then claps both hands over her face like she's trying to trap a ghost escaping through her teeth. You take a step back, behind a barrel of turnips that has never let you down. The villagers sense drama and begin appearing at windows. Someone on a rooftop begins buttering popcorn. You chew your scone too quickly and choke slightly, which no one notices. Maribel mutters under her breath and draws something in the mud with her boot. Lottie responds by accidentally singing the second verse, which contains the phrase "burning thighs of yearning." The sky opens more fully now, rain tumbling in fat drops like punctuation. The scribe appears, holding a cloth over his head and looking mildly thrilled. He takes notes with the sort of expression usually reserved for morally ambiguous romance novels. "It's escalating," he whispers to no one. The spell Lottie used, if her diary is to be believed, and it usually is, was meant to inspire tenderness in a certain stable boy who smells like time and confusing dreams. Maribel's reportedly copied off a page she stole from her older sister's forbidden drawer was meant to bind the heart of anyone who looked at her sideways during a storm. Unfortunately, the stable boy did both. Now the air between them trembles like a bowl of spiritual jelly. Lottie's next hiccup is a full sentence in what might be church Latin or an ambitious pasta recipe. A dog barks and runs away. Maribel lifts her hands and yells something that sounds poetic but ends in a sneeze. A gust of wind knocks a shutter loose. Lottie breaks into the chorus, eyes wide with panic and melody. It's not a bad song, if you like tragic devotion and unexpected references to radishes. Then something shifts. A small pop, like a cork being pulled from a cursed bottle. A shimmer of wrongness drifts over the square. For one terrible moment, everyone smells honey and burnt toast. Lottie's mouth slams shut mid-verse. Maribel blinks, and her boots fill with water. Literally. She tries to take a step, but sloshes in place like a disappointed duck. "Finis?" Lottie whispers, her voice half hiccup, half prayer. The scribe writes furiously. Agnes emerges from behind the apothecary with a net, just in case. The rain slows. Lottie touches her throat. Nothing happens. She says a small sentence about the weather. No Latin, no humming. Maribel wiggles her foot and curses, which is, at this point, ironic. The puddle in her boots refuses to leave. A consequence, perhaps, or a moral. You remain behind your turnip barrel. It feels safer here. Maribel glares at Lottie, who mouths an apology and hands her a handkerchief shaped like a bat. No one is quite sure what this means. The priest walks by with the chicken. Neither comments. By evening, the song has stopped. The Latin has retreated. But Maribel still squelches when she walks, and the stable boy has joined a monastery. You are unsure what lesson was meant to be learned. Possibly that spells do not mix well. Possibly that love and precipitation are a dangerous pairing. Or possibly that beetroot juice is an unreliable substitute when two hearts want the same thing. You walk home slowly. It begins to drizzle again. Somewhere, faintly, someone hums a single note. You find him near the edge of the meadow where the fences lean like tired old men and the grass grows in suspicious circles. He is crouched beside a goat named Tilda, whispering something soft and conspiratorial into her ear while she chews a thistle with the casual menace of someone who knows she is not replaceable. The man looks up when you approach, but only slightly, as though interrupting an important theological discussion. You ask him if he is the goat whisperer. He narrows one eye like he's considering how many other titles he has declined in his life. I don't whisper to goats, he says. I converse. Whispering is for secrets. I don't keep secrets from goats. You nod in a way that suggests you were already aware of this distinction. He pats the grass beside him, so you sit, awkwardly aware that Tilda is now watching you, as if you might confess to something. You try not to fidget. You mention that you're asking about love spells, that people in the village are writing them in blood, that someone recently hiccuped in Latin for 3 days and may never look at turnips the same way again. He snorts, a sound like a clogged pipe being cleared. Blood, he says, is meant to carry life, not insecure metaphors. You ask if he's ever used one, a love spell, not a metaphor. He leans back on his elbows and looks at the sky like it owes him money. Long ago, he says, before my beard turned honest. You ask what happened. He shrugs, wrote her name with a knife on a birch tree, mixed it with honey and fever. She kissed me once, then married a knight with perfect ankles. I blamed the spell, but it was the honey. Always goes stale too soon. Tilda sneezes. The man hands her a dandelion. You ask why people do it anyway. Why they write with blood, chant rhymes, pluck pig hearts. He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small, slightly dirty ribbon. It's pink, or was once. He holds it gently, as if it still hums. They think it's love they're chasing, he says. But it's really proof that they matter, that they can make someone stay, that they can outmatch fate with 3 lines of poetry and a beetroot. You want to argue, not because he's wrong, but because he's too right in the way that makes your chest feel full of bees. He sees this and smiles, a little sad, mostly knowing. Real love, he says, doesn't need tricks. It sees you at your most uninteresting and stays anyway. It forgives bad singing and lost socks. It smells your hair when you haven't washed it and says, "Ah, you're home." You don't say anything. Not because you don't have thoughts, but because most of them feel like crumpled notes at the bottom of a satchel, important once, but not quite legible now. He stands. You have ink on your fingers, under your nails, on the hem of your sleeve, and in your hair, which is impressive since you don't remember touching your head. The bottle was old and suspicious, found in a drawer behind a stack of moldy sermons and a pressed frog. You uncorked it gently. It hissed. You recorked it quickly. There has to be another way. You begin with beet juice, because everyone says beet juice is traditional, which usually means messy and unreliable. You crush the beets with a rock you once used to threaten a goose. The juice is a vibrant purple red that looks promising until it dries and becomes the color of an argument no one wins. You write a single line of your spell on a scrap of linen. Come to me with open heart and slightly damp sleeves. The beet juice stains the linen beautifully but smudges when you breathe too close to it. You add extra words, just in case smudges count as emphasis. Your fingers are now very pink. The apothecary passes by and peers at your attempt. She sniffs. That'll attract hornets, she says. You ask if that's metaphorical. She says no, then hands you a leaf and tells you it might help unless it doesn't. Next, you try wine. It's red, it's old, and it already ruined 1 tablecloth last month, so it seems appropriate. You pour a little into a bowl that used to hold stew and ambitions. You dip a quill in it and write a different line. Let your soul drift to mine as mist drifts to marsh. It looks beautiful. You smile. Then you lick the quill absent-mindedly. You are not sure if the wine is enchanted or just aggressively vinegared, but the dizziness that follows is certainly not romantic. You sit down hard, possibly in a puddle. The words you wrote have now blurred into a sort of purple fog. You feel poetic and slightly betrayed. You blink. The apothecary reappears, nods solemnly, and throws a potato at you. You catch it on instinct. She leaves before you can ask anything else. You try porridge. You shouldn't, but you do. It's there, cooling on the windowsill, because you are the sort of person who occasionally believes food might inspire magic. You stir it until it's the consistency of confident glue. You smear it gently on a piece of bark and attempt the line, "Bind us with soft fire." The result looks like a squirrel, had feelings and nowhere to put them. You squint. The porridge begins to flake. A goat appears at the window, staring at you as if you've offended art itself. You consider your options. You try soot and water next, because the scribe once muttered something about desperation ink during a storm and a pie contest. You mix the soot with a spoon you aren't attached to and whisper encouraging words over the mixture. The ink is surprisingly bold. You write, "If your heart beats near mine, may it echo." It holds. It gleams. You feel hopeful. Then it drips through the parchment, burns a hole in your table, and extinguishes your candle. You blow gently on what remains. The parchment folds inward like it's embarrassed. You are too tired to disagree. There's a knock at your door. It's Gerald. He's brought turnips. You didn't ask for turnips, but apparently they are meant to stabilize emotional magic. You don't know if that's true or if he just needs to get rid of them. Either way, he hands you 3 and leaves with the air of someone who has tried something once and deeply wishes he hadn't. You stare at the turnips, then you go back to the beet juice. You dip the quill again, try a new line. "If you see me, see truly." You press it onto the page. You wait. A single hornet appears, then thinks better of it and leaves. You take that as a neutral sign. Outside, the wind shifts. A petal lands on your windowsill. You did not plant flowers. Inside, your beet-stained fingers tap the table softly. You write the line again, just in case repetition is key. The paper does not catch fire. The ink does not vanish. The wine stays corked. The porridge sulks quietly in the corner. You breathe out. It's not perfect, but it's something. The spellbinder's cottage leans slightly to the left, as if it's trying to hear something from the past. You do the polite thing and lean slightly to the right as you enter, just to balance the room out. The hearth crackles even, though you're not sure anything was lit. Smoke curls upward from a teacup. You don't ask questions. She's already sitting, draped in too many shawls for the temperature and not enough sense for the stories she's about to tell. Her fingers are stained with time. Her eyes flicker like candlelight in disapproval. She does not offer you a chair, but gestures vaguely toward a patch of floor that appears recently vacated by either a cat or a spirit with digestive problems. You sit anyway. She begins with a tale of a girl who bled her thumb for 7 nights straight to win the affection of a boy who couldn't read but smiled like he'd invented bread. The spell worked, technically. He followed her around for a fortnight, calling her Lady Crimson, which was romantic the first 3 times and then deeply unsettling. He eventually fell in love with a chicken. The girl left town, became a beekeeper, and was much happier. You write this down. The spellbinder watches you with a grin like cracked parchment. "They always think blood is the strongest ink," she mutters, stirring her tea with a spoon that might be alive. "But hearts don't speak in crimson. They whisper in nonsense." You nod wisely and pretend you understand. She leans forward, the shawls creaking ominously. "Did I ever tell you about the 3 monks in the wheelbarrow?" she asks, eyes gleaming. You assure her she hasn't, although it's possible you've heard the story from Bertha behind the bakery, who insists it was actually 2 monks and a goat named Destiny. The spellbinder begins. It was spring, which means mud and misplaced affection. The monks were attempting a spell of communal longing, something about uniting hearts for a higher calling. One had a stutter, one had a crush, and one had misread the recipe and substituted lamb fat for rose water. They needed a vessel, something humble yet strong. They chose a wheelbarrow. It squeaked every time the wind blew, and had once transported a bishop who had fainted from excessive incense. They poured the spell into the wheelbarrow. For a moment, the village held its breath. Then the wheelbarrow began to sing, softly at first, then louder. Gregorian, mostly, with the occasional yodel. The monks were thrilled. The wheelbarrow was less so. It rolled away at dawn, fell in love with a millstone, and now they live quietly on the far edge of the village, humming lullabies to passing mice. You don't write that one down, because you don't trust your quill not to explode. She shifts again, and tells you about a man who tried to bottle his devotion. He wrote a love spell in blood, sweat, and the ink of 1,000 crushed daisies. He left it beneath a lover's pillow, then promptly forgot about it and went on pilgrimage. She found it, assumed it was a warning from the underworld, and married a candlemaker instead. The man returned to find her happy, and his spell being used to line the cupboard that held pickled eggs. You ask if any spell has ever worked perfectly. She considers this. There was one, she says slowly, voice threading through the smoke. A stable girl. Name was Thea or Thistle or something equally wholesome. She wrote her spell in beet ink and honey, on a ribbon she tied around her ankle. Never told a soul. Just walked by the boy every morning with purpose and mild ankle exposure. He noticed. You wait for the twist. There wasn't one. She shrugs. They married, argued about jam, raised 6 children, and one unusually articulate goose. Sometimes, simplicity is its own magic. You write that down in capital letters. The fire pops. Something behind you rustles. It might be curtains. It might be prophecy. The spellbinder pours herself more tea and offers you a biscuit shaped like a hand. You accept, unsure if it's metaphorical. It tastes like rosemary and stories that never quite finish. As you rise to leave, she gives you a look that sees all your unwritten thoughts and politely doesn't comment. Love is strange, she says. You nod. Stranger than goats? She lifts one eyebrow. Only slightly. You bow. She waves her spoon. The door opens by itself. You step out into the late afternoon, head full of half-truths, misremembered romances, and the unsettling idea that somewhere, a wheelbarrow is still singing. You take notes all the way home, carefully. The proposal comes by way of a crow carrying a ribbon and a slightly damp note. You are on your way to fetch eggs. You do not return with eggs. You return with the crow, who refuses to leave your shoulder, and the note, which begins with, "My dearest turnip blossom," and ends with a hand-drawn heart, containing what you think is either a cauldron or a bread loaf. You are addressed by name, spelled mostly correctly. The crow coughs once, then falls asleep. Back at your cottage, you sit on the edge of the table, because the chair is still cursed from the last time someone tried to read poetry aloud in it. You reread the note. You reread your name. It is undeniably yours, unless someone else in the village shares your exact full name and nickname, which seems unlikely given that yours involves an incident with a wheel and too much cheese. The door knocks without being touched. You answer because you are curious and mildly flattered. The man on the other side wears a hat, stitched from what appears to be broom bristles and ambition. He is smiling. He has a pot of soup in his hands and a heart-shaped potato in his pocket. He says you must be his beloved. You say possibly. He offers you leek and barley. You eat it out of politeness. It's not bad. It's also not good. It is somewhere between nutrition and mild confusion. You ask if he perhaps meant to spell someone else. He blushes, says the spell was written by his aunt. She has a flair for dramatics and tends to add glitter to her sigils. He just wanted to open his heart to possibilities. His aunt, apparently, took this to mean, bind me to a stranger and send soup. You stare at the bowl. It stares back. Later, you learn his name is Elric. He lives near the edge of the forest with 2 ducks and a spell circle that occasionally summons small breezes, and once, alarmingly, a choir. He says he's quite good with herbs and conversation, though not always at the same time. He offers to fix your fence, and then trips over it. Twice. You consider that endearing might be a kind word for him, and that you should write it down somewhere safe. Elric brings soup every evening. He rotates ingredients and names each batch. Hearth Whisper is made from cabbage, onions, and something he swears is a flavor. Mist Longing is mostly parsnips. Destiny Broth contains too much cinnamon and a mild apology. You eat them all because it's polite, and because somewhere between spoonfuls, you start to look forward to the knock at the door. You are not entirely certain what the engagement entails. There's no ring, only the persistent crow and a bundle of dried lavender that smells faintly of hope. The village is torn between amusement and approval. Bertha insists this is the most romantic thing since the miller fell into a love trance and serenaded a turnip cart. Agnes offers to sew your wedding tunic. You haven't agreed to anything, but apparently that's not necessary. The crow begins delivering hand-sewn doilies from strangers. You try a counterspell one morning, just to test the waters. It turns your broom into a lyre. Now it insists the floor is already clean. You take that as a sign and stop meddling. Elric takes you for a walk near the old standing stones. He tells you he once tried to court a dryad but was rejected due to poor posture. He says you smell like pine and potential. You tell him he has a very polite chin. Neither of you are sure what that means, but it feels correct. You ask what he would do if you said you didn't want the engagement. He nods, solemnly, says he'd keep making soup anyway, maybe for the ducks. You imagine the ducks in little bibs. This feels both tragic and moderately delightful. One night, he brings a loaf of bread with a heart burned into the crust. He doesn't say anything, just leaves it on your windowsill and hums a tune that might be a lullaby or a warning. You eat it with butter and no expectations. The crow is still asleep on your rafters. Occasionally, it mutters spell fragments or chicken names. You're not in love, but you're also not unhappy, and sometimes that's more peculiar. Elric sends a new note, written in beet ink and pressed between time leaves. It says, "I'd still like to know you, even if your name was written by accident." Below that, a sketch of you riding a goat. You do not own a goat, yet. You write back, just one line. "Make the soup again, but less cinnamon." The crow delivers it. Elric returns with Hearth Whisper 2 and a smile. You're not sure if this is how spells are supposed to end, but it's how yours continues. The cookbook is wrapped in cloth that once might have been red but now resembles the color of suspicion left out in the rain. You find it on the lowest shelf of the apothecary's back room, tucked between a jar labeled possibly marjoram and a box of owl bones that wink at you. No one tells you to open it. No one needs to. The title reads A Gentle Guide to Culinary Enchantment and Affection. Below it, in smaller, more frantic handwriting, "Do not use after dusk." The cover smells faintly of onions and unspoken feelings. You carry it to a table, wipe off a layer of dust and possibly time, and open it. Page 1 features a poem. It is bad. It rhymes heart with tart and goes on for too long about pining. There are illustrations. A heart-shaped pie, a dagger, and a smiling toad. You flip to the next page, which helpfully defines the first key ingredient as a tear from genuine yearning. You blink twice. Nothing happens. Apparently yearning cannot be faked. The recipes have names like stew of sighs, binding broth, and marmalade of mutual admiration. One calls for 3 fingernail clippings and the whisper of your beloved's name into a boiling pot of elderflower tea. Another needs something called essence of longing, which is either a metaphor or a very expensive import. You find a note in the margins, scribbled in a familiar hand. Too much longing causes nausea. Underlined twice. The scent of the book grows stronger with each page. By chapter 3, the room smells like soup and someone else's memory. A breeze stirs through the apothecary even though there are no windows open. You tell yourself the wind cannot read. You begin to suspect you're wrong. One recipe calls for breadcrumbs soaked in moonlight. You wonder how many bakers have stood outside at night, holding out stale crusts and whispering to the stars. There's a short passage about cinnamon's ability to stir desire, or at least conversation. You remember Elric's destiny broth and nod. Perhaps he's read this book too. Perhaps everyone in the village is cooking with more than just carrots. There's a section labeled, "For the Timid." These spells use safer ingredients: dried rose petals, stolen glances, and humming. One recommends simply leaving a warm meal on someone's doorstep, seasoned with honest intent. You think of the bread on your windowsill and look away. Further in, the recipes grow bolder. There's a tart meant to induce dreams of devotion, though the crust requires a single drop of blood from the tongue and a pinch of sugar swiped from a lover's sleeve. There is a side note. If you bite your tongue by accident, it still counts. Probably. The margins are filled with commentary from previous cooks, most of whom seem to have survived, although a few left only drawings of bewildered chickens. You flip toward the back. The final recipe is titled, "A More Eternal Pottage." Ingredients include heartroot, which doesn't exist, breath from a name spoken in sleep, and the ashes of a love letter never sent. Instructions advise cooking during a thunderstorm, barefoot, with one hand over your chest and the other holding nothing at all. The result is said to inspire lifelong affection or a very intense craving for pears. There are no further clarifications. You close the book slowly. It hums. You tuck it under your arm and walk it back to your cottage like a fragile secret. Along the way, the wind catches the edge of a torn page, revealing a final note. Love is not guaranteed, but soup helps. You enter your kitchen. The crow blinks at you from the rafters. You place the cookbook on the table and look at your modest pile of ingredients. Garlic, thyme, something that may have once been a beet. You wonder what sort of affection these things might stir, and whether fingernails are absolutely necessary. You do not light the fire. Not yet. You reread the page about longing. You realize you're already full of it. You put on a pot of water, just in case. The invitation arrives on a leaf. It is pecked into the bark of your door by a very determined sparrow, who looks like he's running late for something more important. You open it, squint, and realize it's not for you, technically, but your attendance is strongly encouraged by local gossip and spiritual poultry. Which sounds like a threat, but feels like an honor. By the time you reach the clearing, half the village is already there. Someone brought a bench. Someone else brought turnip wine. Someone else has clearly misunderstood the dress code and arrived dressed as a bishop. The chickens are both present, both nervous. One is wearing a tiny veil made of old lace. The other has a bow tie. Not a ribbon tied like a bow. An actual bow tie. No one knows where it came from. Bertha, who has declared herself the officiant, raises a stick and hits a pan with it 3 times to begin the ceremony. The pan does not consent to this. It lets out a final clang and rolls into a bush. Everyone pretends this is symbolic. The vows are cooed, not by the chickens, who are busy side-eyeing each other with the gravity of small gods, but by Agnes, who has translated their pecks into an emotional monologue about corn, companionship, and avoiding foxes. There are tears. Most of them come from a man who has never been to a wedding and didn't know he could feel this way about poultry. You sit near the back, next to a goat with strong opinions. He chews loudly during the exchange of feathers, which apparently symbolizes unity, or maybe shared nesting materials. The bride flaps once. The groom flaps twice. This is considered a good omen. According to a woman who once tried to marry a tree, someone releases dandelion fluff into the air. The wind does not cooperate, sending it directly into 3 faces and a chalice. The chalice belongs to a hedge witch's nephew, who has been sipping something that smells like regret and time. He mutters a blessing, or possibly a limerick. Either way, the fluff turns slightly green. The apothecary arrives late, holding a tray of beetroot pastries and looking surprised to be here. She sits beside you, nudges your elbow, and whispers, "This is the third wedding this month." You ask, "Of chickens?" She doesn't answer. You begin to suspect the pastries are a bribe for silence. The ceremony concludes when the chickens touch beaks briefly and then immediately walk in opposite directions. This, you are told, is tradition. It represents independence, partnership, and the importance of alone time. Someone starts clapping. It spreads unevenly through the crowd until it turns into stomping. A man falls into a shrub and emerges reborn as the local bard. There is music. It's mostly spoons and humming, but the mood is festive. You are handed a turnip with a ribbon tied around it. You are told this is a token of unity. You accept it, mostly because you don't want to offend anyone, especially not the goat, who is now staring at you like you owe him a dance. The reception lasts too long, in a good way. Someone recounts the tale of the first chicken wedding, which involved a rainstorm, 3 lost boots, and a pig who thought it was Tuesday. Everyone laughs, except the pig, who is not present but remembered with fondness and mild awe. You notice Gerald near the edge of the clearing, holding a cup and smiling in a way that suggests he is still recovering from emotional whiplash. You raise your turnip. He raises his cup. It is the closest thing to diplomacy this village has achieved in years. As dusk settles, the chickens are led away to a coop newly painted and blessed by a traveling friar who once mistook love for hay fever. The coop has a tiny sign above it that reads, "2 hearts, 1 roost." You don't know who wrote it, but you suspect the scribe. It smells like ink and effort. The stars begin to emerge, embarrassed by how lovely everything is. The crowd lingers. Someone starts a fire. Someone else tries to cook a pie directly in the flames. The pie does not survive, but the laughter does. You walk home with the turnip in your hand and a piece of beetroot pastry in your mouth. It is better than it has any right to be. The wind is soft. The night is full of the kind of quiet that makes you believe in odd things. Magic, love, weddings that don't need explanations. You did not come for a chicken wedding. You are very glad you stayed. You are minding your own business, which is difficult in this village because everyone considers your business community property and discusses it like weather or cheese. You are halfway through rearranging your collection of acceptable walking sticks when they come to your door. Not knocking, standing, smiling. There are 3 of them, which is too many for comfort and just the right number for a terrible idea. The tall one does the speaking. His name might be Hubert or possibly Egbert, but the important thing is that he smells faintly of beeswax and purpose. He leans on your fence in a way that suggests it might collapse under either the weight of his conviction or his shoulder. "We need," he says, with the enthusiasm of someone who doesn't understand the consequences of anything, "a drop of your blood." You say no, immediately, clearly, like a person who has learned that nothing good ever begins with that particular sentence. The short one, who might be Agnes's cousin, or just someone who looks like they chew on secrets for breakfast, tries a different approach. She produces a jar. It is empty, which somehow makes it worse. "Just a drop," she says, as if clarification will make you say yes. "A tiny drop. For love." You say no again, louder, with more syllables, somehow. You stand up straighter, and so does your cat, who was pretending to be asleep, but is now clearly considering violence. The third one hasn't spoken yet. He holds a goat on a frayed leash. You think the goat might be Gregory, or possibly Beatrice. The goat is silent, but does a lot of the talking with its eyes, which communicate everything from disappointment to mild amusement to something that might be vengeance. The tall one sighs, clearly not used to encountering resistance from someone with mud on their boots and absolutely no romantic ambitions. He looks at the goat. "Perhaps he says. The goat would like to help. The goat, to its credit, does not dignify this with movement, but it stares at you, long and hard, as if it's taking notes. You do not flinch. This is your land, your porch, your blood, your goat-staring contest. Eventually, the group begins to realize you are not going to comply, not even if they offer turnips, which they do, as if turnips were a currency and not just shame in root form. The short one mutters something about community spirit and how love cannot bloom without sacrifice, but she doesn't sound convinced anymore. You ask them what exactly they're trying to do. You ask without kindness, which is fair. They exchange glances. The tall one says something about a love triangle that needs a fourth point to make it stable. The short one says they read it in the cookbook. The goat says nothing, but its silence grows louder. Apparently, they are attempting to fix what they call a romantic imbalance between a traveling bard, a chimney sweep, and the mayor's cousin, who may or may not be real. It's unclear who is in love with whom, but it involves a lute, a misfired limerick, and the accidental sharing of a bath. You tell them this sounds like a personal problem. The short one nods solemnly and says all problems are personal, which feels philosophical until you realize she's holding out the jar again. You close the door. They do not knock. They stand, for a while, long enough for you to make tea and contemplate whether the goat is now emotionally attached to you. It is still outside, blinking very slowly. The others eventually drift off, defeated or bored. The goat remains. You go back outside. The goat is on your porch now. It does not move. You sit beside it, mostly because you don't know what else to do. The sunset is dramatic and unnecessary. The goat exhales through its nose in a way that suggests judgment. After some time, you say, "They're not getting any blood." The goat does not reply. You add, "Not mine anyway." The goat chews something invisible and watches a moth. You sigh, and somewhere deep in the forest, a love spell misfires, causing a tree to fall in love with a fence post. You do not know this yet. You will find out tomorrow, when you stumble across a heart carved into bark and a slightly embarrassed carpenter. For now, the goat stands and ambles off, leash trailing like a forgotten intention. You return inside. You lock the door. You make more tea. The jar is still on the porch. You leave it there. Let the rain decide what it wants to do. The book is hidden behind a stack of firewood that has not been touched since the great kindling debate of 3 winters ago, in which 3 elders and a goat council failed to agree on whether pine counts. You are not supposed to find the book. You know this because it is wrapped in black wool, sealed with wax in the shape of a frowning bishop, and smells vaguely like burnt fennel and gossip. You unwrap it slowly, the wool sticking to your sleeves like it knows you're up to something. The book opens with a hiss, which is either dramatic flair or trapped mildew. The pages are uneven, handwritten in ink that changes color when you tilt it, sometimes glowing faintly and sometimes appearing to sulk. You do not intend to read the forbidden chapter. You only meant to glance, but your hand moves with the same disobedience that once led you to steal a meat pie from the festival table and spend 3 days being followed by a judgmental sparrow. The book opens itself to Chapter 7, The Binding of Hearts, and possibly Small Rodents. The title is written in sweeping, blood-dark script. Someone has scribbled a warning beneath it in what looks like red crayon, though no one in this village admits to owning such a thing. The warning says only, "Don't." You consider this, then you continue. The spell begins with a list of required ingredients. Most are expected wax, hair, the whisper of a name into a bottle left overnight under the stars. Then, it veers. It asks for 2 tears from a creature that has known unrequited love, a knot of wool tied by someone with hope in their hands, a crumb from a shared loaf, and finally, something that once beat but no longer does. This is either poetic or deeply concerning, possibly both. The instructions are written as though the author had very strong opinions about punctuation, but no clear understanding of sentence structure. There are parentheses within parentheses, notes in the margins, and one entire sentence that simply says, "Absolutely not the frog again." You read the passage twice, then a third time, slower. It is a love spell, technically, but it is also a binding, not of hands or promises, but of consequences, a linking of outcomes. You love them, and they love you, but also you stub your toe, and they feel it in their molars. You cry into soup, and they get hives. You lie awake, wondering why they haven't written, and their quill refuses to touch paper. It is connection, sure, but it is not gentle. There is a drawing beside the instructions. It depicts two hearts with a ribbon threaded through them, the ribbon tied in a bow. There is a mouse clinging to the ribbon and looking alarmed. You are not sure if this is symbolic or literal. You hear a creak behind you and snap the book shut. Nothing there, just the fire settling and your own nerves doing choreography. You tuck the book beneath your shawl and pace once around the room, which takes very little time because your room is mostly a room in theory and more of a corner in practice. You sit. You open the book again. You shouldn't. You know this. You knew this the moment you saw the crayon. But curiosity has always been your worst and most charming habit. There's a final line beneath the spell. Smaller writing, different hand. It says, "If you bind a heart, be ready to carry it." You don't know what that means exactly, but your chest tightens in a way that makes you feel like you've swallowed something unfinished. You stare at the page long enough for the ink to blur slightly. The margin begins to itch with questions. What if it worked? What if it always worked, and no one ever told the second part of the story? What if the rodent part wasn't metaphorical? You close the book and place it back where you found it, behind the kindling and under the wool, though the frowning wax bishop has melted slightly and now looks skeptical instead of disapproving. The pied fire pops loudly behind you. Outside, a wind begins to rise, carrying with it the scent of heather and unspoken things. You do not cast the spell, not yet, but you memorize the ingredients, just in case. The blood quill maker lives just beyond the edge of the village, where the trees start whispering too early in the day, and even the crows seem to knock politely before landing. His cottage is half covered in ivy, half covered in moss, and entirely covered in stories that children dare each other to tell wrong. You walk the path slowly, because the last person who rushed was sent back with a feather in their nose and an uncomfortable personal revelation about their cousin. You knock on the door with the sort of respect usually reserved for elderly goats or dangerously full chamber pots. It opens on the second knock, but not by hand. It just opens. Inside, the air smells like ink, iron, and unfortunate poetry. Quills line the walls in neat rows, arranged by temperament rather than color. Some quills twitch when they see you. One flutters dramatically and faints into a velvet-lined box. A few others seem to mutter. At the center of the room stands the blood quill maker himself. He is tall in the way that cats are tall, mostly illusion and angle. His robes are layered and stained with something that might be beetroot or might be ambition. He wears 6 rings, each one different, none of which seem to belong to him. One has a crest that flickers when you squint. Another hums softly and smells like cinnamon and unresolved tension. He does not ask your name. He already knows it, or has decided not to care, possibly both. "You're late," he says, though you never told him when you'd be arriving. You nod, just in case that's the right answer. He gestures toward the quills. They don't like being kept waiting, especially Horace. You do not ask which one is Horace. You step forward carefully. A few quills rattle in their holders. One flicks ink at your boot. Another bears what can only be described as a nib with opinions. You reach for a delicate-looking quill with gold threading along the shaft, only for it to hiss and snap at your fingers with the kind of precision that suggests previous experience. The blood quill maker chuckles, though it might just be the sound his robe makes when it shifts. They have personalities, he explains, as though you hadn't just nearly lost a knuckle. It's the blood, you see, takes on memory, temperament. Some of them are romantic, some are violent, some are complicated. You ask how many quills are made from actual blood. He raises an eyebrow like a drawbridge and says, "Define actual." You decline. Instead, you ask for something suitable for a love spell. He smiles, and for a moment, the room seems colder. "Ah," he says, like you've confirmed a theory he's been mulling since breakfast. "Most people ask for protection or revenge. You're old-fashioned." He leads you to a cabinet carved with unfamiliar symbols that appear to rearrange themselves when you're not looking. From within, he removes a single quill, encased in glass, wrapped in lace that has seen better centuries. "This one," he murmurs, "was used by a widow to summon back her lover from the war. He did not return, but 3 other men fell in love with her, including the priest, the butcher, and a tax collector from the next village over who had only come to deliver a form." You stare at the quill. It is dark red, almost black, with a shaft that pulses faintly like something thinking or remembering. You ask if it's safe. He shrugs. "Define safe." You do not. The quill vibrates when you touch it. Not unpleasantly, but with intent, like it has something to say, and it's trying very hard to wait its turn. "Be careful what you write with it," the blood quill maker says as he wraps it in cloth that smells like rosemary and ink. "It writes truths you didn't mean to tell, especially about yourself." You try not to look at your hands. They feel different already, heavier somehow, as if they're being watched. He accepts payment in the form of a promise. You give him one, though he doesn't ask what it is. He just pockets it gently, like something small and breakable. Outside, the air is thicker. The trees look closer. You walk faster. The quill hums in your satchel. You imagine it whispering possibilities. You do not listen. But later, when the cottage is far behind you, and the village comes back into view with its soft smoke and louder gossip, you wonder, what if it only writes what you already know? What if that's the problem? The ritual begins precisely at midnight, which, in this village, is not a specific time but a general consensus reached when the frogs go quiet and the church bell refuses to ring out of sheer disapproval. You are not invited. No one is. But you happen to be passing by with excellent timing and a suspiciously squeaky boot. You hide behind a barrel that smells like fermented thistle and modesty. From your vantage point, you see the clearing behind the granary, where the ground is uneven and the air always seems vaguely embarrassed. A circle has been drawn, not with chalk, but something thicker, darker, and worryingly gloppy. You hope it's beet paste. You know it isn't. There are 5 villagers in the circle. One is Bertha, wearing her 3rd best cloak and holding a candle like it personally insulted her. Next to her is Edgar the miller, whose face says, "I'm not sure this is legal," but whose hands are steady and full of goat milk. Agnes hums tunelessly. Martha holds a bundle of what might be herbs or might be decorative salad. And in the center stands a figure in a hooded robe made from patched curtains and bad decisions. The chanting begins low, full of vowels and misplaced confidence. The words are ancient, or at least written in a font that looks expensive. You can't make them out, which is probably for the best. What you can make out is the smell. It's sharp, like burned basil and foot ointment. You gag delicately behind your barrel. The candles flicker. One goes out entirely, then relights itself in what feels like passive-aggressive solidarity. Bertha waves her arms in a motion that's either spellcasting or an attempt to swat away a moth the size of a guinea pig. Edgar pours a ring of goat milk around the circle. It steams where it hits the ground. That seems like a bad sign. The stars above blink once, then again, possibly in pity, possibly in warning. The hooded figure raises both arms and says something that sounds suspiciously like, "Let love be bound, let longing find." Let Harold finally look me in the eye at the next harvest dance. It's not subtle, but neither is magic in this village. A gust of wind rushes through the clearing, pulling at skirts, extinguishing one candle, reigniting another, and scattering what appears to be parsley with attitude. Agnes sneezes. Martha steps on Bertha's foot. Edgar drops the jug and curses softly in the name of 3 saints and a pastry. The ritual pauses. They look at each other. No one knows what to do next. The hooded figure coughs and improvises, drawing a heart in the air with a twig that sizzles when it moves. The stars blink again. This time one of them definitely winks. A low rumble rises from the earth. Not dramatic, more like indigestion. The candles flicker with more urgency. Bertha begins to sway. Edgar clutches his hat like it owes him money. Agnes starts humming louder. Martha attempts a dance step, then immediately thinks better of it. From the ground, a faint glow emerges, pale and pinkish, romantic if you squint, unsettling if you don't. The spell is reaching its peak. You should leave. You don't. The hooded figure drops the twig. The circle shudders. For a moment, all is still. Even the frogs hold their breath. Then, with a sound like a goat hiccuping, through a trumpet, the glow vanishes. Nothing else happens. The villagers wait. They wait longer. Bertha sighs. Martha scratches her nose and accidentally sets her sleeve alight. Agnes pours what's left of the milk on it. Edgar starts collecting the candles, muttering about, next time, maybe chicken blood. The hooded figure lowers their arms and mutters something too quiet to hear, but with clear emotional damage. The ritual is over. No one speaks of results. They scatter like leaves that have seen too much. You remain behind your barrel, shoes damp with someone's hope, and probably milk. The clearing still smells wrong. The stars continue to watch, blinking slowly, as if wondering whether to intervene or just send someone to clean up. Eventually, you stand. You walk home in silence, the kind that hums between your ears and settles in your ribs. You don't know if the spell worked. You don't know what success even looks like anymore. All you know is that someone chanted their heart into the night, and the sky blinked back. You wonder what it means when the stars are the only ones listening. The paper cut happens just after lunch. You are holding a folded bit of parchment found under a pew cushion in the chapel, which is never a good place to find anything. You open it gently, reverently, the way one might unwrap a relic or a forgotten cheese. The parchment does not reciprocate your gentleness. It slices your finger in one clean, deliberate motion, sharp as gossip and twice as rude. You watch the blood bead up with theatrical timing. A single drop lands on the parchment. The ink, faded and brittle, darkens slightly, as if stirred awake by the taste. You stare at it, and it stares back, although you're fairly sure it doesn't have eyes. You bandage the cut with moss, the soft kind from behind the baker's shed, the kind that smells faintly of flour and unspoken secrets. The moss clings too willingly, as if eager to be part of something bigger. You press, to your finger and whisper something that could be comfort or a warning, depending on who's listening. The parchment hums, not loudly, just enough to make you doubt your ears, and maybe the laws of parchment. You hold it up to the light filtering through the chapel's cracked window. A draft swirls dust into the air like ghosts rehearsing choreography. The words on the page are written in a narrow hand, full of flourishes and self-importance. You read, "To bind the heart through cut and quill, let blood spill where ink would fill." It rhymes, of course. Most dangerous things do. Below that, a list of ingredients. Most are expected. Rose petals. Wax dripped at midnight. A token of affection, hair, button, or tear. Then, 3 drops of the caster's blood. The first must be willingly given. The second must be taken. The third must be taken back. You are not sure what that means. You are not sure you want to be. The parchment shifts in your hand, not by wind or clumsy grip, but by its own volition. The paper curls slightly, like it is smiling. You do not smile back. You fold it again, though it resists, and slide it into the pocket of your tunic beside a breadcrumb and a stolen beetle feather you've been meaning to return. You leave the chapel. Outside, the village is pretending it isn't haunted. Children chase each other around a tree that groans more than a tree should. An old man argues with his soup. A chicken lays an egg and then glares at it suspiciously, as if betrayed. You move quietly, so as not to be drawn into conversation or mistaken for someone competent. Your finger throbs. You glance down and notice the moss has gone red. The parchment's corner peeks out of your pocket like a dog that knows it's misbehaved but is proud anyway. You go to the apothecary. She eyes the cut, clicks her tongue, and hands you a jar of something that smells like vinegar and teenage melodrama. You ask if she knows anything about spells that bite. Back. She shrugs. Then she says, "Some paper wants things. Doesn't mean you have to give it." You thank her. She nods like she's already forgotten you. Outside, the sky is a flat gray, the kind that seems like it's saving its storm for later, for something more dramatic. You walk toward the edge of the village, where the fields lean into the woods, and nothing has quite decided whether to grow or retreat. The cut stings more here. You unwrap the moss. The wound has not closed. In fact, it seems deeper. You hold it to your mouth without thinking, a childhood habit from falling down too often. The blood tastes metallic, bitter, and just slightly warm, like a secret passed too quickly. You do not know who the parchment was written for. You are starting to suspect it might be you. You sit on a rock shaped like a question and pull out the parchment again. It feels heavier. You flip it over. On the back, in the same tidy hand, is a name. Not your name, but close, too close. You fold it again, tighter this time, tighter than it wants. You press your finger to the center of the fold. The paper does not cut you again, but it twitches, just once. You do not scream. You do not run. You simply stand and walk home with the quiet urgency of someone carrying something that does not yet know it's been found. The washerwomen meet at the river at dawn, like clockwork if the clock were judgmental and a little damp. They do not invite you, but they also do not prevent your presence, provided you stay behind the reeds and pretend to be interested in frogs. You crouch low and try not to look like someone actively engaged in espionage, which is difficult, as your knee cracks every time you shift and your cloak insists on smelling like pickled radish. They chatter over the slap of cloth on stone. You can't catch everything they speak in half sentences and knowing glances, but you pick up the rhythm eventually. It's gossip with muscle, scrubbing and squeezing secrets into the weave of linens destined to dry on ropes that sag like overworked eyebrows. And she used her own blood. Silly girl, says one, flicking water with purpose, with a chicken feather no less. Another huffs, as if that alone explains everything. Didn't even boil it first. That's how you get affection worms. A third woman, older and slightly more moss than human, shakes her head with a deep, wet sigh. Wrote her own name, backward. You lean closer, nearly tipping face first into the river. One of the frogs looks offended. She spelled it wrong, the second says. Twice. Love spell, reversed. And now. That word lands heavy, like thunder with better posture. She's in love with herself, the first says, and the others nod as if it's a tragedy they've all witnessed before. Perhaps they have. Wanders the fields, reciting poetry to her own reflection in puddles. The mossy one murmurs, calls herself ethereal, spends hours trying to seduce her own shadow. You imagine this girl, windswept, slightly confused, drenched in mud and misplaced passion, a walking ballad sung in the key of oops. They say she kissed a mirror until it cracked. They say she wrote sonnets on birch bark and left them at her own doorstep. They say she blushes every time she catches her own eye, and once gave herself a bouquet of thistles and wept from joy. The washerwomen do not laugh. This is not entertainment. This is caution. They speak of her with the same tone they use for storms or unexpected twins. "She'll get over it," one of them mutters. "No, she won't," another replies. The mossy one snorts. "She asked herself to marry her last week and said yes." They pause, collectively wringing water and concern from shirts and silence. She's planning a wedding. To herself? To herself. The fabric gets slapped a little harder after that. You wonder if love can fold in on itself that way. If a heart can become a closed circuit, endlessly looping adoration with no exit point. If she wakes up every morning, shocked by how beautiful she is, and if that feeling ever dims, or if it sharpens, intensifies, becomes something too large to hold alone. You also wonder what the dress will look like, and whether she'll walk herself down the aisle. The washerwomen switch topics. Briefly, they discuss a spell gone wrong that turned a man's voice into bees. Then someone's cousin who grew gills from a particularly desperate declaration involving pond water, and a merman who turned out to be a log. Standard fare. You slip back into the reeds as their voices drift into softer tones, less gossip, and more shared history. Their hands move without thought, wringing and rinsing lives that never asked for this much soap. You realize they've probably known all the village's stories before the village knew it had stories. You walk away, not sure what to make of any of it. Love, apparently, does not wait for perfection, or clarity, or spelling accuracy. It barges in, wearing your face and reciting your flaws like compliments. Sometimes it sticks, sometimes it ricochets, sometimes it crawls into your reflection and refuses to leave. At the edge of the river, you pause. The wind shifts. A splash echoes. The washerwomen are laughing now. Somewhere, someone is writing a love letter addressed to whom it may concern, and sealing it with a kiss they hope won't bounce back. You keep walking. You don't look in the water. You don't want to know what your reflection thinks of you today. The cottage sits at the edge of the wood like it's trying to escape tax collection. It leans slightly to the left, possibly from emotional burden, or maybe from the weight of too many onions stored in the rafters. Either way, it smells of time, bitter opinions, and damp wool. You knock once. The door creaks open like it's tired of this too. Inside, the grumpy witch stands over a pot that is definitely stewing something and probably witnessing her emotional collapse. She does not look up when you enter. She mutters, "If you're here for love spells, you can turn around and throw yourself into the bog. You are not here for love spells. Not exactly. You are here for information, possibly tea, mostly survival." She waves her hand without looking. A stool waddles over to you and stops in a way that implies it would rather be anywhere else. You sit. The air hums faintly, like the room itself has an opinion on your presence and is trying to stay polite about it. The grumpy witch stirs the pot. The contents gurgle. You can't tell if it's stew or sentient. She tosses in a fistful of something gray and sighs the way one might if they'd once loved a baker who ran off with a miller's apprentice and left only crumbs. "Love," she spits, "is a scam, invented by poets and drunk nobles to justify kissing badly." You nod because it seems safer than disagreeing. She finally looks up. Her eyebrows are formidable. One of them may be planning its own village rebellion. "What do you want, then? Advice? A recipe? A jar of frog dreams?" You ask why everyone seems so eager to bleed for love. You keep your tone casual, like you're not hoping for something resembling wisdom from a woman who uses porcupine quills as hairpins. She snorts. Because they're fools. Because someone told them love is supposed to hurt, and they believed it. Because a drop of blood feels dramatic, and therefore meaningful. Because a paper cut means more when it's shaped like longing. She turns back to the pot. You notice that her hands shake a little when she tosses in the rosemary. Or maybe it's mint. Or sadness. She mutters, something you don't quite catch. Then louder. "I once wrote a spell with blood and daisies. For someone with soft eyes and worse intentions. Do you know what that got me? Shoes that never dried, and a haunting by my own expectations. You don't answer. She isn't really asking. She ladles some of the stew into a cracked bowl and thrusts it at you. It smells like onions and grief. You sip cautiously. It tastes like melancholy, with a hint of regret and far too much salt. She watches you eat, eyes narrowed as if waiting for a revelation or mild food poisoning. They all come here, she says, with their bleeding hearts and ink-stained hands, thinking magic will fix what conversation and boundaries can't, thinking if they just offer enough blood, hair, promises they'll be loved right back. You ask if it ever works. She cackles, then immediately tears up. No, she says, wiping her nose with a curtain. But hope's a powerful thing, even when it's stupid. She turns back to the pot and sniffs. Her lip trembles. You pretend not to notice. You finish the stew and place the bowl down gently, as if it might still be emotionally fragile. As you stand, your left shoe lets out a loud, theatrical squeak. You pause. Look down. Try to shift your weight. The shoe squeaks again, this time in what you are convinced is the key of E flat. The witch grins, barely. That'll teach you to ask serious questions in my kitchen. You thank her. She waves you off, already stirring the pot again, already returning to her slow simmer of disappointment and time. Outside, the air smells less like onions. Your shoe squeaks once more, louder now, like it's trying to warn the trees of your arrival. You keep walking. You do not cast a love spell that night, but you do write down everything she said, even the part about the haunting, especially that part. The barn smells like hay, desperation, and a faint whiff of cinnamon, which might be from an overly ambitious spell or just Edith's new hair rinse. A goat with a ribbon on its horn chews contemplatively near the door. A table creaks under the weight of too many jars, scrolls, and suspiciously labeled vials. The vicar stands in the corner, holding a clipboard and pretending this is normal. It is not normal, but it is annual. The Love Spell Contest, hosted every spring unless there's been a plague, uprising, or large goose incident, begins with the ceremonial lighting of the romantic turnip. It sputters twice and catches flame, mostly. You clap politely. So does the turnip. The first contestant is Roderick, a blacksmith's apprentice with a poetic soul and unfortunately clammy hands. His spell is short, slightly damp, and rhymes devotion with lotion, which earns him a raised eyebrow from the judge and a single point for effort. The blood he used is from his own finger, pricked with a borrowed quill. He holds it up like it means something. It doesn't, but everyone nods solemnly anyway. Next is Mildred, who insists on going by the enchantress of emotion. She unrolls a scroll so long it brushes the floor, then begins chanting in what might be Latin or possibly an improvised pasta recipe. Her vial of blood is rose-tinted and smells faintly of beets. A dramatic gust of wind blows open the barn door mid-recital, which she takes as divine approval. The goat disagrees, loudly. She ends with a flourish that knocks over a candle and sets her sleeve on fire, which is extinguished with a strategically hurled cabbage. Bonus points for flair. Third comes Oswin. No one remembers inviting Oswin. He wears a cloak made of moss and speaks only in whispers, except when he suddenly shouts the word togetherness and throws rose petals in the judge's face. His scroll is glued to a live ferret. The judge does not seem amused. The ferret appears traumatized. A small child claps wildly and declares Oswin the winner. Democracy does not exist here, so the vote is ignored. You are not a judge, but you are given a complimentary scone and asked to hold someone's beet jar while they prepare their chant. You do this because you're polite and because the jar is warm and you are not sure how to hand it back without incurring a curse or a marriage proposal. Contestant number 5 is Gilda, the baker's niece. She chants in perfect meter, gestures with precision, and uses blood drawn from a particularly dramatic paper cut obtained while folding her parchment into the shape of a swan. Her spell ends with a couplet that rhymes forevermore with open door and a subtle wink toward the judge, who turns an interesting shade of pink. Then comes Barnaby. Barnaby is nervous. His scroll shakes. His ink drips. His blood is from a nosebleed acquired this morning when a goose sneezed on him. No one asks how. His spell is oddly touching, if slightly incoherent. He declares love to be the wind that churns the heart's butter, and several villagers nod, as though that explains something they've felt but couldn't name. As he finishes, he swoons. Not metaphorically, just actual fainting. There is a soft thud. A baker catches him with one arm and one elbow full of pastries. It is, arguably, the most romantic moment of the afternoon. The judge clears his throat and rises. He adjusts his spectacles, wipes the rose petals off his robe, and begins to declare the winner. But he is interrupted. Someone proposes to him. It is Clarabelle, last year's runner-up, who arrives late, draped in velvet and regret, with a scroll shaped like a heart and a vial filled with the blood of longing, which turns out to be red wine and a beet puree. She drops to one knee, declares the judge's eyes to be portals of judgment and forbidden cinnamon, and asks for his eternal affection. The crowd gasps. The judge chokes on a raisin. There is no clear winner that day. Only a lot of poetry, 3 minor fires, 2 goats dressed as cherubs, and one very confused ferret who refuses to come down from the rafters. You leave the barn with beet on your sleeve, a scone in your pocket, and the vague feeling that love, true love, might be the most dangerous kind of magic, or at least the most likely to result in spontaneous combustion and spontaneous declarations, which, in this village, is nearly the same thing. The letter is handed to you by a boy with one shoe and too much confidence. He doesn't explain where he got it, or for whom it's meant. He just says, "Someone said to deliver this to the one who looks like they'd open it anyway," which, unfortunately, is you. The parchment is folded into an elaborate heart shape, sealed with red wax, and faintly sticky. The handwriting on the outside is elegant but slightly unhinged, like a poet who hasn't eaten in 3 days and considers it a spiritual discipline. The name on the front is Euphemia. You are not Euphemia, but you are curious, and curiosity in this village is its own religion. You sit on a low wall and break the seal. The wax crumbles, and something that might be glitter or possibly beet sugar dusts your fingers. The first line reads, "My dearest Euphemia, sweetest creature, tender marrow of my soul." You keep reading. You cannot stop. I write to you by candlelight and the company of 12 leeches, whose purpose is twofold, to draw the passion from my blood, and to remind me that love, like bleeding, must have limits. They do not listen. You pause. Consider putting it down. Do not. The letter continues, spiraling between confession and biology lecture. The writer, whoever they are, is either deeply in love or deeply unwell, possibly both. They describe the leeches with unsettling fondness, naming each one Crispin, Hortense, Little Godfrey, and assigning them emotional duties. "Crispin holds my yearning," they write. "Hortense feeds on my fear of rejection. Godfrey simply enjoys the view." Halfway through, the tone shifts from devotion to accusation. "You have bewitched me, Euphemia. Your absence drains me more thoroughly than my leeches. Even the pig looks at me with pity. I cannot live in this manner. I will either marry you or write a pamphlet about it." You lean back, eyebrows arched. A breeze flutters the page. It smells faintly of rosewater and something medicinal. The next lines are more alarming. "Should you refuse me, I shall conduct the grand transfusion. My blood into ink, my heart into script, my longing onto parchment eternal. I have already sharpened the quill." You glance down the street. The boy with one shoe is gone. You wonder if he was ever real. The letter grows more erratic near the end. Ink blots form like bruises. The words slant, as if written during an emotional earthquake. "If love is a fever, then I am terminal. If devotion is a wound, then let me fester proudly. If you do not answer, I shall assume consent or tragedy. Yours in constant extraction, D. There is a small drawing beneath the signature. A leech, smiling faintly, wearing a bow tie. You fold the letter shut, then open it again immediately, because there is something magnetic about its madness. You reread a few phrases aloud. Marrow of my soul, grand transfusion. The pig looks at me with pity. The words sound worse in the open air. You consider delivering it to Euphemia. You know who she is. Everyone knows who she is. She keeps bees and opinions. She once chased a tax collector down the lane with a broom. You imagine her reading this letter and setting it on fire before it finishes its first metaphor. You picture the sender, D, alone in a candlelit room surrounded by jars, each labeled passion, melancholy, or just in case. Perhaps they meant well. Perhaps they meant everything too much. You tuck the letter into your pocket. It feels warm. You tell yourself that's just the wax. Later, at home, you take it out again. You read it by your own candlelight, tracing the loops and flourishes. Some lines make you laugh. Some make you uneasy. One makes you oddly sad. I do not want your pity, Euphemia. I only want to stop writing to you and find that I cannot. You fold it carefully this time, sealing it with a scrap of bread so it doesn't flutter open overnight. You place it beneath a jar beside your window where the moon can see it. In the morning, the parchment is gone. In its place, one leech. It looks up at you, hopeful. The scrolls are stored in the church cellar, where light goes to die and mildew thrives like gossip. The air smells of candle wax and paper that has survived too much. You descend the narrow stairs with a lantern, its flame wobbling in protest. The steps creak, as if warning the scrolls you're coming. You've been told these are the oldest records in the village histories, confessions, possibly grocery lists, mistaken for divine messages. You unroll one carefully, the parchment crackling like an old man's knees. The ink is brown, faint, and smells faintly of onions. The first words read, "Of the great miscommunication of hearts and what befell because of it." You settle on a stool that looks like it resents your existence and begin to read. It begins simply enough. Two lovers, named Athelred and Ysabet, who exchanged vows beside a river and promptly misunderstood everything from that moment onward. The scribe's handwriting trembles with excitement, or possibly terror. Athelred, it seems, was a poet. Ysabet was a farmer's daughter with opinions about poets. He wrote her a letter of devotion, full of metaphors involving moons and plows. She thought it was a weather report. When he declared his heart burned with unending flame, she sent him a bucket of water and advice on proper hydration. The next scroll begins with the words, "Tragedy ensues." You take a deep breath. The ink darkens toward the edges as though scorched by enthusiasm. Athelred, convinced he had been rejected, sought counsel from the local wise woman, who specialized in curses, cures, and poorly timed advice. She told him to speak to her heart through her blood. He misunderstood. Within a day, he'd written a sonnet in his own blood, sealed it in beeswax, and mailed it using the village donkey, who, according to the margin notes, did not consent to the task. Ysabet received the blood-written sonnet mid-morning while making butter. She fainted into the churn. When she awoke, the churn had exploded, the butter had curdled, and the donkey had eaten the wax seal. The scroll notes this as a sign from heaven, unclear but sticky. You pause to stretch your legs. The floor whispers beneath you. Somewhere behind a shelf, something drips rhythmically, like time mocking your curiosity. You unroll the next scroll. The relationship, if it can still be called that, escalates. Ysabet, attempting to return the donkey and end the madness, accidentally sends a second message written in beet juice that reads, "I am no stranger to the plow, but you will not reap me." Athelred interprets this as an invitation to elope. The wise woman, sensing opportunity, sells them both, Love charms shaped like turnips. Neither work. You can almost see it now, the muddy paths, the donkey rolling its eyes as it carries two heart-struck fools toward destiny, or something pretending to be destiny. The scroll describes the night of their attempted union, a thunderstorm, an overturned cart, and a vow spoken incorrectly. Athelred was supposed to say, "Forever bound by heart and word." He said, "Forever bound by heart and world." The scribe notes, "Thus the curse was born." Apparently, the mispronounced vow tethered them not just to each other, but to every unlucky soul in the village thereafter. Every time someone falls in love and fumbles the words, their spirits twitch, groaning through the centuries like tired patrons in a tavern forced to listen to the same song forever. The donkey survived, though. There's an entire scroll dedicated to it. It lived to a remarkable age, gained local reverence, and was rumored to kick anyone who wrote poetry. Someone built a shrine to it, a small pile of apples, and confusion. You close the last scroll carefully, your fingers stained faintly brown from ancient ink. The story lingers, sweet and foolish, like the aftertaste of bad wine. Love, you think, has always been a clumsy experiment. Athelred's blood, Isabet's butter, the donkey's patience, all sacrifices to the same strange force that makes people rhyme fire with desire and call it divine. You blow out your lantern, leaving the cellar to its quiet breathing. As you climb the steps, you murmur a soft hello to no one in particular. It seems safer that way. The exorcist lives on the edge of the village, where the road gives up and turns into a suggestion. His cottage leans slightly, as though tired of holding itself upright. A faint humming comes from within, like bees trapped in a hymn. You knock once, twice, and the door opens by itself, creaking in a tone that sounds suspiciously judgmental. Inside smells of candle smoke, rosemary, and anxiety. The exorcist sits at a crooked table covered in talismans, feathers, and one very bored-looking turnip. He's older than he seems at first glance, somewhere between middle age and myth. His hair is white where it still exists, and his robes are patched in places that suggest both thrift and battlefield repair. He gestures for you to sit, but the chair he points to is already occupied by a cat that does not move. You sit anyway. The cat sighs. He asks what you've come for. You tell him you're researching love spells written in blood. He nods slowly, as if this is an ordinary topic, then pulls a jar from a shelf. Inside floats something that might be a heart or a large beet. 40% of my business, he says, tapping the glass. Love spells gone bad. People think it's all demons and exorcisms, but mostly it's just bad poetry and worse intentions. You ask about the other 60%. He gestures to the turnip, which blinks. They start small, he says. A farmer carves a charm into a root for a bountiful harvest, forgets to close the ritual, and suddenly the turnips start humming psalms, or offering advice on relationships they don't understand. He sighs. One of them tried to officiate a wedding once. You nod solemnly, as if this is a thing that happens often. The cat shifts in your lap, deciding it might as well make you a chair in return. The exorcist tells you about the first time he had to unbind a love spell. Two villagers, young, foolish, and overly fond of metaphor, decided to write their names in blood across the same piece of parchment, binding their souls, they thought. He chuckles without humor. They didn't specify which part of the soul. Spent the next year sharing nightmares and sneezing in unison. When one of them caught a cold, the other cried for 3 days. You ask how he fixed it. He looks away. I didn't, he admits. They married, still sneezing together, last I heard. He rises, rummaging through a chest. From it he pulls a scroll covered in smudged ink and odd stains. These are my notes, he says. Records of love spells, exorcisms, and other small disasters. You notice a section labeled Inanimate Objects and Unrequited Affections. There's an entry for a broom that fell in love with its owner and refused to sweep for anyone else. Another for a bucket that sang mournful songs until someone filled it with wine. You point to a drawing of a heart pierced by a quill. That one? You ask. He leans closer, squinting. Ah, the quill affair. Woman tried to write her lover's name with a blood-inked feather. Forgot to use her own blood. Used his instead, without permission. He now can't stop writing her name on walls, doors, livestock. Charming at first, then less so. You glance at the walls around you, half expecting to see some tragic names scrawled across them. There are only prayers, though some have been corrected for grammar. The exorcist sits, again, his joints protesting like poorly trained monks. You see, he says, love spells are rarely about love. They're about control, about fear of being forgotten, and blood remembers. It's the worst ink for secrets. You ask if he's ever been in love himself. He looks at you for a long time, then laughs quietly, like something breaking under snow. Once, he says, didn't need blood, didn't end well either way. He changes the subject before you can ask more. Outside, the wind shifts. Something howls far off. Either a wolf or a lovesick villager practicing lute. The exorcist pours 2 cups of something that smells like regret steeped in honey. You drink it anyway. Before you leave, he gives you a charm shaped like a heart but carved from potato. For protection, he says, or seasoning, depending on the outcome. The cat follows you to the door, brushing your leg as if sealing some silent agreement. As you step into the cold air, you glance back. Through the window, you see the exorcist arguing with the turnip, which now hums louder than before. You decide love and possession may not be so different after all. You tell yourself it's for research, for understanding, for posterity. You tell yourself a lot of things as you sit by your small window, staring at a piece of parchment that looks too clean to trust. The candle beside you flickers like it knows better. The goat outside bleats once, judgmentally. You ignore it. You have read the scrolls. You have watched the rituals, the chanting, the fainting, the weeping, the fainting again. You have seen people promise the moon and receive mildew in return. But none of them, you think, have tried it properly. None of them have approached it with the clinical detachment of a scholar. You will be different. You are always saying that, and it is rarely true. You assemble your materials. Parchment stolen, borrowed from the scribe, a quill of uncertain cleanliness, and a bowl of mashed berries, because you have decided blood is unhygienic, and you faint at the sight of it. The berries were once raspberries. They are now ambition and stickiness. You crush them further with a spoon, watching the juice pool like a small tragedy. The smell is sweet, almost kind. The ants will love it. The thought does not deter you. You write the first line carefully. To call affection without harm. To stir warmth without ruin. It sounds good, measured, responsible. You could imagine it embroidered on a wall hanging in a house that doesn't exist. You pause, chew your lip, and add, also, preferably no fainting. The quill squeaks across the parchment, the berry juice spreading unevenly. Your handwriting looks worse than you remember. There's something slightly desperate about the loops and curls, as though your hand is trying to run away from what it's writing. You dip the quill again. The juice has begun to congeal. It feels important to note this. You continue. Let my heart be clear, my purpose pure, my window open for metaphorical breezes only. You nod at your own restraint. The candle sputters in disapproval. For the final line, you hesitate. You think of every villager who has tried before you, every bleeding poet and lovesick baker, every fool who thought they could write desire into existence. Then you write, in a moment of undeniable weakness, and if love must come, let it at least bring wine. There, balanced, reasonable, entirely safe. You hold it up to admire your work. The parchment glistens in the candlelight, faintly purple and faintly ridiculous. You whisper the words aloud, because that seems important. Your voice sounds too loud in the small room. You clear your throat and whisper them again, more timidly. Nothing happens. You wait longer, because something always happens eventually in stories, and you are starting to suspect your life has been one for a while now. The air stays the same. The candle flickers. Somewhere outside, the goat sneezes. Then, you notice the movement. Tiny, disciplined, and numerous. Ants, at least 50 of them, marching in a perfect line from the windowsill toward your table. They climb the leg of the table, cross the parchment, and begin to feast upon your scholarly intentions. You shoo them away. They come back, fearless. One of them appears to be leading. You blow on the parchment, and a few of them tumble off dramatically, but most cling tighter. Your spell, such as it was, has found its audience. You think of brushing them away properly, but then you notice something strange. The ants have formed a pattern, 2 small curves meeting in the middle. It takes you a moment to realize it's a heart, a tiny ant-made heart pulsing with what can only be described as terrible symbolism. You stare. You consider screaming. You don't. Instead, you whisper, "You're joking." The ants, being ants, offer no reassurance. The heart shape breaks apart as they scatter, crawling toward the candle, the window, your hand. One pauses on your finger, its tiny antennae twitching, as if waiting for instruction. You whisper, "This doesn't count," but your pulse says otherwise. Eventually, you clean the parchment with the corner of your sleeve. The juice stains remain. You fold it, tuck it into the drawer, and tell yourself you'll burn it later. You won't. You never do. That night, as you try to sleep, you hear something faint. Not quite a whisper, not quite a sigh. It sounds like rustling leaves or the brushing of small legs. You glance toward the window, and in the moonlight you see them, a trail of ants carrying something red and glimmering between them. You do not follow. You tell yourself it's fine. You tell yourself it's just science. You lie very still, listening to the faint rhythm of marching feet. You find the first letter by accident, tucked behind a cracked tile near the hearth. It's brittle and folded too many times, as though it couldn't decide whether to be hidden or found. The ink is faded to a soft brown, the handwriting looping and uncertain. You read only the first line. "If you find this, know that I meant every word, except perhaps the one about eternity." That seems like an excellent place to stop reading, so you fold it back, but the curiosity already has you by the collar. You start noticing them everywhere. A corner of parchment sticking out of a sock drying by the fire. A scrap tucked into the handle of a broom. One glued under a plate in the tavern. It's as if the entire village has been whispering love into any available hiding place. You wonder if the walls hum with it when no one's listening. You begin collecting them, not on purpose at first, but because you keep finding them in places that insist on being searched. Behind the cheese wheel in the larder, you uncover one sealed with wax, shaped like a lopsided heart. The words inside are written with ferocious intensity and questionable spelling. "I love you more than air, though I find I need both," it says. "Meet me where the moon forgets its manners." You don't know what that means, but you write it down anyway, because it sounds like something worth misunderstanding. The baker's apprentice catches you once, prying open a wall brick near the oven. "If you're looking for mice," he says, "they've moved to the church." You smile and keep searching. When you finally pull out another folded note, he sighs. "Ah," he says, "you've found one of Elswith's." He won't say more, only shrugs and offers you a stale bun as if to erase the moment. In the evening, you spread the letters across your table. Each is a confession, a promise, or a plea. Some are written with the care of someone crafting a spell. Others look like they were scribbled in the dark, possibly during an emotional emergency. You read them all, though some make you squirm with how private they feel. One begins, "I would give you my last loaf of bread, my last dry blanket, and possibly my second favorite goat. Another, shorter, but somehow heavier. I cannot stop thinking of your hands, mostly because you took my gloves. The collection starts to resemble a map of longing, each note a coordinate of someone's temporary foolishness. There's a pattern to it. Many of the letters are written on the same kind of parchment, inked in the same reddish hue. You hold them up to the candlelight and realize they were all written in something thicker than ink. You hope it's berry juice. You strongly suspect it's not. Outside, the wind picks up. The night feels restless, as if it also remembers something. You take one last look at the spread of letters before blowing out the candle. For a moment, in the flicker before darkness, you could swear the ink shimmers faintly. You blink, and it's gone. The next day, you find more. One sewn into the lining of a cloak in the apothecary's shop. One hidden inside a hollow turnip, discovered only because someone mistook it for stew. The turnip note reads, "Love tastes different when you cook it." The apothecary pretends not to see you pocketing it. By the week's end, you have 23 letters, each stranger than the last. You start sorting them by tone: hopeful, hopeless, tragic, and hungry. Some seem to belong to the same pair of lovers, exchanging apologies and half-threats over months or years. One of them writes, "I forgive you for the goat," followed days later by, "The goat and I have talked." You are both confused and impressed. You dream of the letters that night. In your dream, they crawl from their hiding places, fluttering through the air like moths. They circle you, whispering fragments of their sentences. Eternity, except perhaps, the moon forgets its manners. More than air, their voices blend until they sound like your own. You wake with parchment crumbs on your blanket and an uneasy fondness for the chaos of other people's love. In the morning, the cheese is missing. In its place is another letter. It's written in elegant, looping script. "You have found enough," it says. "Some things are meant to stay hidden. Love is one of them." You look around the empty room, half expecting someone to step out of the shadows with an explanation. No one does. The hearth crackles softly. You fold the letter, add it to the others, and tuck the whole bundle beneath a loose floorboard. For safekeeping, you tell yourself. For history, for the next fool who decides to look for love where it hides. The goat outside bleats again. You almost answer. You go because someone tells you the wind sounds different there, less like weather, more like memory. The path to the cemetery winds through fields that pretend to be empty but hum with the kind of silence that watches you. The grass is long enough to hide secrets and possibly opinions. You step carefully, holding a small lantern that makes you feel brave until it flickers, which it does often. The Cemetery of Lost Loves is not on any map, though everyone knows where it is. It's where people bring offerings that mean something to no one but themselves. An onion ring that never got eaten, a comb that broke in someone else's hand, a shoe whose partner wandered off. Each grave has a small pile of such objects. Some are clearly tokens of sorrow. Others look suspiciously like excuses to clean out a cupboard. You walk between the crooked stones. They lean into one another like old gossipers. Names fade into lichen, though the words underneath are still faintly visible. Martha, who waited. Edwin, who did not return. The unnamed, who tried twice. You get the feeling the inscriptions were written by someone with both quill and bias. At the far end, beneath an elder tree that seems to breathe slower than the world, you find it. A tombstone with words carved in deep, careful strokes, not chiseled, but etched as if written. The letters form a spell, one you've seen before in pieces, in whispers, in the backs of people's eyes when they think no one's looking. To call back what was never wholly gone, it begins, "Speak under moonlight and remember without mercy." You read it aloud without meaning to. The air shifts. The lantern flame bends toward the grave, like it recognizes an old friend. Then the voice comes, soft and dry, like a page turning itself. Did it work? You freeze, because freezing is easier than screaming. The question hangs there, polite but impatient. You look down, half expecting to see the earth move. Nothing does. Did it work? The voice repeats. The spell. I never got the ending. You swallow, throat dry as parchment. I don't know, you say honestly. There's a pause, then a faint sigh that rustles the nearby weeds. Figures, it says. He was never one for follow-through. You stare at the stone, which has a small crack running through the middle, as though it too once split over something it shouldn't have held. The ghost continues, voice softening. We thought if we wrote it in blood, it would bind us. Thought it'd make the love eternal. Turns out eternity's just a long time to be stubborn. You ask if it hurt. The question slips out before you can stop it. The ghost laughs, a sound like wind finding a hole in a wall. Not the bleeding part, the waiting part. The lantern flickers again, throwing strange shadows on the ground. One of them looks like two people almost holding hands. You decide not to blink too hard at it. The ghost tells you more, unasked. How he had loved a woman who wanted proof, and how he had offered too much of it. How they'd carved words into this very stone while she wept, and he tried to pretend it was romantic. When you give something of yourself, he says, make sure you keep the receipt. A moth lands on the tombstone, wings silver in the moonlight. You can smell rain coming, but the sky above is stubbornly clear. You ask what he wants now. Nothing, he says, and it's almost true, just to know if it worked, if she remembered me. You look around the cemetery at the onion rings, the combs, the small piles of something that used to matter. You think about how love seems to leave its shape in the world long after the people have gone. I think she did, you say. The silence that follows feels like an exhale. The moth flutters away. The lantern steadies. When you look back at the stone, the words are fading, not vanishing, just softening, as though they've finally been allowed to rest. You reach out and trace them once before turning away. As you leave, the wind picks up again. It sounds less like memory now, more like laughter. You can't tell if it's meant kindly, but it follows you all the same. At the gate, you find something resting on the ground, a small carved heart made of bone. Someone has scratched a new inscription into it. Worked well enough. You take it with you, though you tell yourself you won't keep it for long. You are in the Abbey library when it begins, which is unfortunate, because that's where quiet is supposed to live. The air smells of ink, beeswax, and mild despair. The monks move like a slow tide, copying texts and muttering prayers in Latin that sound like someone apologizing to furniture. You are there to study their archives of approved writings on divine affection, a collection that's mostly warnings disguised as poetry. Brother Oswin, small and round and red around the ears, sits near the back, reading something he shouldn't. You can tell by how his lips move. The Abbey rule forbids personal recitation, but Oswin's mouth trembles with half-formed rhymes, his ink-stained fingers clutching a parchment that looks too new to be holy. The candles flicker as if sensing a plot. You pretend to study your own page, a dull tract about moral restraint, but your attention drifts toward him. His expression cycles through devotion, astonishment, and something dangerously close to hope. You've seen that look before. It's the look of a man realizing the world might be larger than the script he's been given. The parchment trembles in his hands. He stands, which no one ever does in the library unless they've gone mad or found God, and sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. The other monks look up, startled, quills suspended mid-word. Oswin clears his throat. Brothers, he says, I have seen the nature of divine love, and it grows in soil. A silence follows, so deep you can hear the drip of wax from the altar candle. Someone coughs. Someone else mutters a prayer for spontaneous exorcism. Oswin holds the parchment aloft like a relic. It's all here, he insists. The poem says love is not bound by blood or vow, but by root and growth, by green and seeking. His voice wavers. And I am moved. You catch sight of the poem as he waves it dramatically. The ink is red, the handwriting elegant but clearly unstable. It begins with, "My heart blossoms where your touch has tilled me." You look away, for both moral and aesthetic reasons. Oswin storms from the library, trailing bits of parchment and panic. You follow, because curiosity has always been stronger than self-preservation. In the courtyard, he heads straight for the cloister garden, his sandals slapping stone like punctuation. The monks trail behind, whispering in confusion, forming a kind of holy parade. He stops before a row of potted plants, ferns, mostly, and one rosemary bush that looks judgmental. He kneels before a particularly lush fern, its fronds unfurling in the warm light like shy gossip. "Her name," he announces, "is Verena." The abbot arrives just in time to hear this. His face performs an entire opera of disbelief. "Brother Oswin," the abbot says slowly, "that is a plant." Oswin nods, radiant. Love takes many forms. The abbot closes his eyes. "Some of them," he says, "are weeds." But Oswin doesn't hear. He's quoting lines now, lines from the forbidden poems, voice trembling like a hymn sung off-key. "She does not bleed," he says, "but she breathes. She gives life where others take it." His hand brushes the fern's fronds with reverence. Somewhere, a novice faints. You stand there, watching as logic collapses gently in on itself. The abbot attempts reasoning, then threats, then prayer, but Oswin is immune to all of it. The fern rustles, possibly in agreement. Eventually, Oswin gathers the pot in his arms. "We are leaving," he declares. The abbot sputters. "Where?" "To the forest," Oswin says, "where love can grow freely." The abbot shouts something about heresy and horticulture, but Oswin is already at the gate, sandals slapping mud, robe flapping like the world's slowest banner. The fern bobs slightly as he runs, its leaves catching the sunlight in what could be mistaken for joy. You step aside to let him pass. You do not stop him. The monks watch, frozen between horror and bureaucratic confusion. Finally, one sighs. "Should we chase him?" The abbot shakes his head. "No, he'll be back." He looks at the remaining ferns, or she will. The monks cross themselves, then drift back to their work, muttering prayers for order and pest control. You linger a moment longer in the courtyard. The wind moves through the garden, whispering over the rows of green. For a moment, you could swear you hear laughter, gentle, leafy, content. Later, you pass through the woods and find a trail of overturned soil and a single sandal, half buried near a tree. A few feet farther, a new patch of ferns grows, brighter than the rest. You don't look too closely. In the village, someone will say they saw Brother Oswin smiling among the trees, whispering prayers to the roots. Someone else will swear the fern nodded back. You keep walking. You've seen enough miracles to know they often start as mistakes. The blood merchant's shop doesn't have a sign. It doesn't need one. You find it by following the smell, something metallic, sweet, and faintly like roses that have given up. It sits at the end of an alley too narrow for comfort, wedged between a tanner's hut and a fortune-teller's shed that claims to sell honest lies. A crimson curtain hangs over the doorway. It moves even when there's no wind. You stand there for a long moment, listening. There's a low hum from inside, rhythmic and oddly human, like someone bottling sighs. Then a voice calls out, sharp and amused. "You can come in, or you can stand there leaking curiosity all over my threshold." You step inside. The air is warm, damp, and alive in a way air shouldn't be. Shelves line the walls, filled with jars of every size, some filled with liquid that glows faintly, some with dust that shifts as though dreaming. Labels hang from twine: first love, second batch, disappointment, filtered, courage, slightly used. On the counter, sits a copper scale and a quill still wet with something that is definitely not ink. Behind it all stands the merchant. She wears a dress the color of old wine and has eyes that make you feel as if you owe her something already. Her smile is precise, the kind of smile that measures people. "Well," she says, "you don't look like the usual sort." You tell her you're only curious. You always are. She laughs, and it sounds like a glass breaking in slow motion. "Everyone starts that way," she says. "Curiosity is the down payment." You wander the shelves, pretending not to notice her watching you. One jar catches your attention, a small one, labeled simply "Longing, Untaxed." The liquid inside moves on its own, swirling toward the glass as if aware of you. "Careful," she warns. "That one likes to attach itself." You ask where she gets them all. She shrugs. "From the willing, from the careless, from the ones who mistake devotion for donation." She lifts a jar of deep scarlet and holds it to the light. "Blood is memory," she says. "You can't spill it without leaving a story behind. I just collect the leftovers." You don't ask how she extracts them. You don't want the answer. Instead, you point to a row of bottles shaped like hearts. The labels read, "Passion, Concentrated." She grins. "Popular among the poets, dangerous among the bored." You ask the price, mostly out of politeness. "Depends," she says. "Do you want to feel something or make someone else feel it?" The question catches you off guard. You almost answer honestly, but she raises a hand. "Never mind, your face said enough." She disappears behind a curtain and returns with a vial no bigger than your thumb. The liquid inside flickers between red and gold, as if deciding what emotion to imitate. "A taste of passion," she says. "Just one drop on the tongue." You hesitate. "Is it safe?" She tilts her head. "Define safe." You decline politely. She shrugs, unoffended, and uncorks it herself. The scent that escapes is dizzying, warm, wild, something like summer and something like danger. For a moment, the whole shop breathes. The jars hum. The shelves tremble slightly. You feel your pulse rise as if it's trying to reach the scent. Then she seals it again. "See?" she says, voice softer now. "Everything wants to be remembered, even a heartbeat." You look around the shop differently now. The bottles don't seem inert anymore. They shimmer, restless. You realize that some are unlabeled, and those seem to hum the loudest. "What are those?" you ask. She glances at them, expression unreadable. "Mistakes," she says. "Unfinished trades. People who wanted too much or gave too little." She traces one jar with her fingertip. Inside, something moves. Slowly. You ask if anyone ever gets their blood back. "Sometimes," she says. "If they come soon enough. If they still remember what they wanted it for." You don't know why that sounds like a warning meant for you. Before leaving, you spot a small wooden box near the door, filled with dried rose petals and tiny vials marked samples. You pick one up, thinking it might be perfume. She stops you with a look. "That one's heartbreak," she says. "Free, but it sticks." You set it down carefully. At the door, you turn back to thank her, but she's already busy measuring something invisible into a bottle. "Come again," she says without looking up. "You will, eventually." They all do. Outside, the air feels thin, as though you've stepped out of someone else's dream. You walk until the smell fades. When you finally reach your own door, you find a small crimson stain on your sleeve shaped like a thumbprint. It pulses once before fading. You tell yourself it's just a trick of the light, the kind that follows you home. The chicken belongs to old Nanette, though no one admits to understanding the nature of that ownership. Some say she raised it from an egg that fell out of the sky. Others claim she simply found it one day, already full of opinions. It's called Theodora, though it answers to nothing. You're at Nanette's cottage because she owes you a story, and you're owed a warning, though you're not sure which is which anymore. The air inside smells of feathers, smoke, and determination. Dried herbs hang from the beams like defeated decorations. Theodora sits on the table in a nest made from old tax records, her beady eyes reflecting the candlelight like she knows what you've done. Nanette waves you to sit. She's been restless, she says. Keep scratching messages. Some of them were rude, others were true. You look at the chicken. The chicken looks back. It's not a kind gaze. You want a fortune, don't you? Nanette asks, rummaging through a drawer filled with small cloth bags. She pulls one out and spills its contents onto the table. A mixture of grain, tiny bones, and what might once have been alphabet noodles. She reads from these, she explains. Not always clearly. You try to ask how this works, but Nanette is already muttering a prayer that sounds suspiciously like gossip. The chicken hops down from her perch, stretches her wings as if preparing for something theatrical, and begins to peck at the grains with exaggerated care. Each strike lands like punctuation. The room falls silent, except for the faint sound of kernels shifting. When the chicken finishes, she steps back with an air of ceremony. You lean forward. The grains, scattered but deliberate, form 3 letters. R, U, N. Nanette squints. Oh dear, she says softly. You blink. Run from what? The chicken tilts her head. Nanette frowns, sweeping the edge of her apron over the table as if to disturb the answer. She's been dramatic lately, she says. Last week she told the baker to repent, and he's only mildly dishonest. You stare at the message again. The letters are too neat to be chance. You're almost impressed. Maybe she means a race? You offer. Exercise? Nanette shakes her head. No one around here runs unless something's on fire or proposing. The chicken lets out a low, throaty cluck that sounds like disapproval. Nanette tosses her a handful of extra grain to placate her. Theodora doesn't eat it. She simply stares at you, unblinking, then slowly scratches her claw through the letters, blurring them into nonsense. You swallow. Could she know something? Nanette sighs. She always knows something. The problem's never knowing what. Once, she predicted rain. Took 6 months, but it came. Another time, she said, beware the left shoe, and then my nephew lost his foot to frostbite. Wrong one, though. She shrugs. Still counts. You glance toward the door. The wind outside has begun to rattle the shutters. The candle trembles, a small, nervous flame. Theodora hops back onto her nest, satisfied or tired or both. Nanette picks up a broom that looks more symbolic than functional. If she told you to run, she says, you might want to think about where not to go. She's tricky like that. You half laugh, but it comes out wrong. She's a chicken, you say, trying to sound confident. Yes, Nanette agrees. And you're a person. Who do you think's done better with what they've been given? That ends the conversation. You thank her, though the words feel heavy. As you step outside, the air is colder, the moon oddly red, the fields too quiet. Somewhere in the distance, a dog howls once and stops. You walk quickly, telling yourself you're only hurrying because of the weather. Halfway home, you hear wings. Not the great sweeping kind that fill the sky, but small, deliberate flutters close following. You turn. Nothing. Just the fields, the wind, and a faint trail of disturbed grain leading back toward the cottage. You tell yourself not to look again, but you do. There, perched on the fence post, is Theodora. Her feathers glow faintly silver in the moonlight. She tilts her head at you, and for an instant, the wind forms a shape in the grass, 3 crooked letters, R, U, N. You move before you can think. You don't look back this time. The path feels longer than it should. The shadows seem to watch. When you finally reach your door, you shut it fast, bar it, and stand there, heart thudding. The next morning, you find 3 grains on your windowsill, arranged neatly, waiting for you to notice. It begins beautifully, as all doomed things do. The church smells faintly of honey and apprehension. The guests arrive dressed in their best pressed linen, borrowed lace, expressions polished to cautious optimism. Someone has brought a basket of rose petals, though most have been eaten by the children. A few petals remain, wilted, but determined, scattered down the aisle like apologies. The groom stands at the altar, pale as fresh parchment and twice as fragile. He's sweating through his collar, which seems to be tightening by the minute. His name is Thomas, or maybe Tobias. It's hard to remember when his eyes keep darting toward the door, as if testing for exits. The bride, meanwhile, is radiant in the way. Lightning is radiant. Too bright, too sudden, and entirely unpredictable. Her veil glimmers faintly as though enchanted, and perhaps it is. Someone whispers that she made it herself, weaving in threads soaked in moon water. Someone else whispers that she's cursed. Both sound plausible. The priest clears his throat, a small, weary man who has seen enough to stop asking questions. He opens the book, its edges stained with the kind of ink that looks like it might have once been blood. The congregation quiets. Outside, the sky is suspiciously blue for the occasion. You sit halfway back, where it's safe to observe and easier to flee. You're here out of curiosity, which has always been your worst companion. You suspect something will go wrong not because you're cynical, but because in this town, something always does. The ceremony begins simply. Vows are exchanged, hands tremble, candles flicker. When the priest asks for the binding words, the bride smiles, her eyes soft, almost human. Thomas or Tobias inhales sharply to begin his response, and sneezes. Not a polite, restrained sort of sneeze, but an epic, uncontrollable eruption that echoes through the rafters. The candles shudder, the doves in the loft panic. His sneeze is followed by another, then another, each louder, wetter, and more desperate than the last. Someone in the back crosses themselves. Someone else laughs and is immediately shushed. When the third sneeze hits, the bride freezes. Her smile flickers like a dying flame. She opens her mouth to speak, to comfort, perhaps, but what comes out isn't speech, it's verse. Thou wind of ruin, thou bloom of ache. The crowd collectively leans forward. Has stolen breath, my heart to break. She gasps, horrified, clutching her chest as though trying to wrestle the poetry back inside. But it's too late. The words pour from her, golden and uncontrollable, like a dammed river finally freed. Each line rhymes beautifully, unfortunately. The guests begin to panic in polite whispers. The bridesmaids weep into their sleeves, unsure whether from sympathy or envy. The groom sneezes again, violently, knocking over the chalice of blessed water. It spills across the altar, hissing faintly as though offended. The priest closes his book. He looks at the mess, at the bride now halfway through a sonnet involving celestial betrayal, and at the groom, whose nose is red enough to signal divine punishment. Then he sighs, steps down from the altar, and walks out through the side door. He doesn't run, exactly, but it's close. No one stops him. The bride's voice rises, beautiful and terrible. My soul aflame. My vows undone, my love hath sneezed before we're one. She drops to her knees, veil trembling. The air thickens with something sweet and burning, like honey left too close to the fire. You can feel it humming under your skin, words, whispers, verses wanting to form. You bite your tongue just in case. An ant faints. Someone throws salt. The organist starts to play, not out of courage but out of terror, fingers slamming random keys as if sound alone could hold back disaster. The tune that emerges sounds like a hymn composed by someone being chased. And through it all, the groom sneezes. Each one seems to make the bride's poetry more elaborate. A chew is the rhythm, her rhymes the refrain. It's collaboration by accident and catastrophe by design. When the final sneeze dies away, the silence that follows is enormous. The bride stands, trembling, her hair half undone, her eyes wild, with the realization that the words have stopped. She blinks at the crowd, at her kneeling husband, at the scattered rose petals, now floating in puddles of spilled holy water. "Did I," she whispers hoarsely, "say that out loud?" No one answers. You half expect the priest to return and pronounce them cursed, or perhaps blessed in the strangest possible way. Instead, a single dove, late, confused, flies in through the open door, circles once, and drops something small and white at the bride's feet. A feather, maybe, or a scrap of parchment. You can't tell. The bride bends down, lifts it, and sighs. The groom sneezes once more for good measure. She looks at him with something like resignation, something like affection, and says, "Fine, let's call it fate." Later, when the guests whisper about the wedding, they'll say it was romantic in a tragic sort of way. They'll argue over whether the poetry was divine inspiration or allergic reaction. They'll claim the priest was last seen boarding a cart headed west, muttering about poultry and possession. But you'll remember the sound, the strange harmony of verse and chaos, the echo of a vow half spoken, half sneezed, and wholly unforgettable. And you'll think, as the wind carries the faintest rhyme through the open window, that maybe love has always been contagious. You were only trying to help. That's what you tell yourself, over and over, as the three geese follow you down the narrow lane like feathery accusations. You can feel their eyes on your back, judging, assessing, entirely certain that you've done something unholy. You don't disagree. It started, as most bad decisions do, with curiosity and poor lighting. The parchment you found in the back of the scribe's workshop looked harmless enough. It smelled faintly of vinegar and desperation, which was not unusual for anything written in this village. The writing was cramped, looping, and full of odd abbreviations. You recognized a few words: amor, sanguis, and something that looked like answer. You think it means answer. It does not. You took it home anyway, because what's the worst that could happen? You've asked that question too many times. The universe is beginning to take it personally. You sit by candlelight, squinting at the Latin like it's trying to trick you. The instructions mention mixing something red, you choose wine, with something living, you prick your thumb, and reciting the words aloud under the gaze of the moon. You tell yourself this is for academic reasons only. The moon, smug and complicit, peeks through the thatched roof like it's waiting for the entertainment to begin. You clear your throat. You read the spell. You stumble over a few syllables, but you keep going, confident that the dead language won't hold it against you. When you finish, there's a long, quiet pause, the kind of silence that feels like it's deciding whether or not to laugh. Then you hear honking. At first, you think it's distant, maybe a sound from the river or an especially rude villager, but it grows closer, louder, deliberate. You open your door and are met with three geese standing in the moonlight, arranged like a small, angry council. The one in the middle takes a step forward, head high, eyes shining with what can only be described as emotional intensity. You step back. "No," you say, but it sounds unconvincing even to you. The goose honks softly, almost tenderly. The other two shuffle closer, glaring. You realize they're not random geese, they're together. The middle one gazes up at you with unmistakable affection. The others are chaperones, clearly, and by the look of them, very strict ones. You shut the door. The honking continues. It's rhythmic now, persistent. You try ignoring it, but love, particularly cursed, mispronounced love, does not take rejection well. When you finally peek through the shutters, the lead goose is still there, gazing up at your window like a feathered troubadour. The chaperones are whispering to each other in the language of long-suffering guardians. You go to the scribe in the morning. He's polishing his quills, oblivious to the noise echoing behind you. "I need a translation," you say, handing him the parchment. He squints. "Where did you find this?" In your shop, he frowns. I thought I burned these. You feel your stomach drop. Burned them, he sighs. Bad batch. The verbs are all wrong. Someone thought answer meant answer. It means goose. Specifically, summoning of goose affection, though the grammar's ambiguous. Might also mean binding of heart through goose. Depends on tense. You stare at him. Outside, the geese honk in perfect harmony. He gestures vaguely. You've made a promise, then. One's in love with you. The others make sure you behave. Typical. He dips his quill and adds, could be worse. Last time someone mistranslated one, we had 42 toads proposing to a stable boy. You leave before he can tell you the rest. The geese follow. By afternoon, the village has noticed. Agnes from the bakery waves as you pass. Lovely pets, she says, though her voice wobbles. Very devoted. One goose hisses at her. Agnes pretends not to cry. You try bribing them with crumbs. They refuse. You try ignoring them again. They follow at a dignified distance, as though practicing social decorum. The lead goose honks every time you look away, a sound halfway between yearning and judgment. By evening, you're desperate. You find the priest, who now refuses to perform any kind of blessing after the wedding incident. He peers at the geese, sighs, and sprinkles them with holy water. They blink. The lead goose honks softly, as though flattered. The priest walks away, muttering, "At least it's not snakes this time." You end the day sitting on your doorstep, exhausted. The moon has risen again, smug as ever. The geese settle nearby, quiet for the first time. The lead goose curls its neck, eyes half closed, as though content just to be near you. You tell yourself it's absurd. You tell yourself you'll fix it tomorrow. But as the candlelight flickers against the wall, you can't help but wonder if some part of you is touched by the devotion. Strange, unwanted, yet oddly sincere. You think of love spells and the foolishness of human hearts. You think of how easy it is to summon something and how impossible it is to send it away once it finds you. The goose sighs, softly, almost human. The chaperones watch. You blow out the candle. The honking starts again, gentle this time, like a lullaby. You tell yourself that you're fine. You're absolutely, entirely, perfectly fine. You say it out loud, even once, twice, just to test how the words sound in the air. They don't sound convincing. The walls don't believe you. The goat outside definitely doesn't believe you. It makes a sound that might be laughter, or judgment, or both. You've seen too many rituals lately. The kind of rituals that start with solemn chanting and end with someone sneezing glitter or confessing undying love to the moon. The kind that leave the air humming for hours after, as though the world itself is holding its breath. You keep telling yourself you're just an observer, a recorder of strange traditions, a scholar of medieval absurdities. But scholars don't usually wake up with wax on their elbows and strange drawings on their boots. Scholars don't have nightmares about geese. The smell of candle wax clings to you now, even after washing. It's in your hair, your clothes, your soul. You've stopped lighting candles indoors because you can't tell anymore if they're meant for illumination or invocation. Last night, you blew one out, and it hissed your name. You pretended not to hear it. The villagers have started greeting you differently. They used to nod politely, perhaps whisper, as you passed. Now they wave small charms when they see you, muttering protective phrases. One even offered you a dried frog for luck. You took it, because at this point, you'll take anything. The frog rides in your pocket, stiff and unimpressed. You try to return to normal things. You eat a carrot. It's raw and bitter, and it crunches loudly in the silence. It feels grounding, human, safe. You eat another. You imagine the sound drowns out the strange thoughts circling your head like vultures. Thoughts about blood that glows faintly under moonlight, about the sound parchment makes when it sighs, about what it means when a spell looks back at you. The scribe waves when you pass his hut. He's wearing a hat made from an upturned basket, claiming it blocks unwanted enchantments. You don't argue. The apothecary's door is locked. A sign outside reads, "Closed due to emotional consequences." Even the priest has gone quiet, muttering something about transferring parishes before the next outbreak of romance. You're not sure when the line between superstition and sanity blurred. You're just sure you're standing on the wrong side of it. You spend your evenings sorting your notes, trying to bring order to chaos. You have pages filled with phrases like, "love spell via reflection," and "avoid pig's heart duplication attempt." In one margin, you've drawn a goose. You don't remember doing that. The drawing is looking at you with too much intent. Sometimes, when you walk by the well, you hear voices, not whispers, exactly, but echoes of laughter, faint and teasing. Once, a voice said your name. Another time, it asked if you were lonely. You didn't answer, but you left an apple on the rim, just in case it mattered. When you came back, the apple was gone, and the water shimmered pink. You've stopped trying to explain any of it. When people ask how your research is going, you just nod and say, "Illuminating." It's the truth in a way. The world feels too illuminated now, every shadow glowing, every silence waiting to speak. At night, you lie awake, listening to the village breathe. Somewhere, someone is chanting. Somewhere else, someone is crying. You wonder if it's still about love, or if it's something older, darker, pretending to be it. You pull your blanket up to your chin and promise yourself you'll take a break soon. Maybe go somewhere without candles or goats or blood merchants. Maybe somewhere where no one writes their feelings down in fluids. But then you remember the parchment under your bed, the one you swore you'd stop reading, the one that hums softly when the moon is high. You tell yourself you won't touch it again. You tell yourself you mean it this time. You light a candle to calm your nerves, even though you shouldn't. The flame flickers once, twice, then steadies. The room glows warm, almost peaceful. You take a deep breath and, without meaning to, whisper the first few words of the spell you've been trying not to think about, just to see how they taste in the air. Something shifts. The flame bends toward you. The wax begins to drip in patterns too neat to be random. You freeze, halfway between awe and exhaustion. Outside, the goat bleats again. Longer this time, like it knows the ending before you do. You blow out the candle. The darkness sighs in relief. You tell yourself it's nothing, that you're imagining it, that you're fine, perfectly fine. But the smell of candle wax lingers, and so does the sound of something breathing with you in the dark. You decide it's time to be reasonable. Enough with the whispering candles and suspicious geese and dreams that hum. You are a rational person, or at least, you were once. Before this village began gnawing gently at your sanity like a polite rat. You are determined to find an explanation, a logical one. Something that doesn't involve curses, spirits, or the seductive stare of poultry. The apothecary is your first stop. Her shop smells of thyme, vinegar, and barely concealed judgment. She greets you with a smile that looks borrowed, the kind used on customers who might be contagious. You tell her about the things that have been happening, about the glowing ink, the muttering walls, the goose that honks in your dreams. She nods thoughtfully, then asks if you've been hydrating. You insist this is not about dehydration. You say the word phenomenon twice to prove you're serious. She raises an eyebrow and gestures to a jar labeled "Vapor of Hysteria." "Common this time of year," she says. "People breathe too much moonlight, start thinking the impossible makes sense." She leans closer. "You should buy something bitter. Bitterness balances the blood." You leave with a vial of something that smells like burnt celery and the distinct sense that you've just been gently mocked. The priest is next. You find him outside the chapel, sweeping flower petals from the steps with an air of quiet doom. His cassock is wrinkled, his eyes tired. You mention the strange events, the candle that sighs, the spell that murmured, the persistent smell of iron that won't wash off. He listens in silence, nodding at all the right moments. Then he sighs, puts down the broom, and says, "Sometimes the devil just likes an audience." You wait for elaboration. None comes. He pats your shoulder and begins to pray under his breath, the kind of muttering that sounds more like a complaint than devotion. You try to ask for clarification, but he closes his eyes tighter and increases the volume. The message is clear. You are now a problem for God. You thank him, awkwardly, and step away, unsure whether you've been blessed, dismissed, or accidentally cursed again. The goat is your final option. You find it chewing on the priest's discarded broom bristles behind the chapel. It pauses when you approach, regarding you with the detached wisdom of a creature that has seen too much and cared too little. You tell it everything: the experiments, the failed translations, the goose courtship, the suspiciously dramatic weather patterns. You wait for a sign, a nod, anything. The goat sneezes. It's a solid sneeze, confident, final. Then it resumes chewing. You stare at it. The goat stares back. Somewhere, a bell rings. Neither of you blinks. You take that as your answer. By the time you return home, the logic you sought feels distant, almost theoretical. The apothecary's mixture sits untouched on your table, glowing faintly in the dim light. You pour a drop into a spoon, it fizzes, turns purple, and releases a smell like disappointed herbs. You don't drink it. You've learned not to trust things that change color before your eyes. Instead, you light a candle. You tell yourself this is just for illumination, not investigation. You're not inviting anything. You're not hoping for anything. You just want to see clearly. The flame flickers, elongates, and then steadies. For a moment, everything feels normal. The shadows behave. The room is still. The night hums outside like it always does. You almost convince yourself that this is fine, that all the strange happenings have explanations buried somewhere in chemistry, coincidence, or mild collective madness. Then the candle sighs. It's a small sound, barely audible, but unmistakably human. You freeze, eyes fixed on the flame. The wick pulses like a heartbeat. The air feels warmer, heavier. You whisper, "No." The flame bends toward you in agreement or perhaps sympathy. You blow it out. Smoke curls up like laughter. You decide you need fresh air. Outside, the moon sits low and red, smug as always. You walk toward the edge of the village, where the fields stretch dark and wide. The world is quiet except for crickets, your footsteps, and, somewhere in the distance, the faint sound of someone singing off-key. It might be the wind. It might not. You look up at the stars and try to remember how you got here. You used to write about love spells as folklore, as curiosities, proof of human desperation, not evidence of anything real. Now you carry charms in your pocket and speak kindly to wax. The goat appears beside you again, uninvited, chewing something unidentifiable. You look at it and sigh. "You ever get tired of this?" you ask. It blinks, unimpressed. You take that as another answer. When you finally head home, you notice something strange. The smell of candle wax, faint but familiar, trailing behind you like a memory. You glance back, but there's no candle, no flame, no sign of light at all. Only the quiet, watchful dark and the echo of laughter that might be yours. You find it folded between the pages of a hymn book that no one sings from anymore. The edges are brittle, flaking like burnt pastry. The ink has bled into the parchment, dark veins of something that was once deliberate but now looks like a bruise. You don't mean to read it. You tell yourself you'll just glance. Just make sure it isn't a grocery list or someone's confession about stealing candles again. But curiosity is a disease you've stopped trying to cure. The first line is almost tender. If love comes, let it come softly, like dawn on a sleeping face. You pause. That's good. Too good for most of the village, honestly. No obvious rhymes with heart or fart. You read on, slower now, tracing the words with your finger as if they might vanish if you look too quickly. There's no name at the top. No for my dearest, or to the one with eyes like unjustified hope. Just words, floating free of ownership, written as though the writer couldn't decide who deserved them. The spell describes the ache of wanting without aim, of affection without anchor. Each line feels like it's reaching for someone and finding only air. You keep reading even when you tell yourself to stop. By the third paragraph, you're sure whoever wrote this wasn't entirely sane, or maybe just too human. The handwriting wavers, small loops turning frantic, ink thickening where the quill must have pressed too hard. The spell isn't a plea for love so much as a challenge to the universe. Let someone see me, it says between the lines. Let someone remember that I was here. You look around the chapel. It's empty, except for the usual suspects. A few bored saints in stained glass and a spider spinning theology between the rafters. You wonder who they were writing for. A lost lover? A ghost? Themselves? You fold the parchment carefully and slip it into your sleeve. You tell yourself you're preserving history. That's what scholars do. After all, they collect fragments of foolishness and call it evidence. But you can feel the weight of it already, heavier than paper should be. Like it's holding more than ink, like it knows it's been found. Outside, the air smells like wet stone and wood smoke. The village hums with small lives, children chasing chickens, old men arguing about clouds, a blacksmith hammering something that's probably symbolic. You walk slowly, the parchment tucked against your wrist, and the rhythm of your heartbeat begins to match the pulse of the words still echoing in your head. At the well, Bertha asks what you're holding. You say notes. She squints at you like you've just confessed to witchcraft, which, technically, you might have. You walk on before she can ask more. By the time you reach home, the sky is bruising toward twilight. You light a candle and unfold the parchment again. The ink seems darker now, almost wet. You touch it, half expecting it to smudge, but it's dry and warm. There's a faint metallic scent that wasn't there before, iron and salt and something heartbreakingly alive. You whisper the first line without meaning to. The air stirs, the flame leans closer. You stop. You've seen what happens when words get ideas. You've watched love spells turn to chaos, seen affection curdle into obsession, watched hearts literally catch fire. And yet, you read the next line. Nothing happens. Then, faintly, a sound like a sigh exhaled through time. Not from the candle, not from the room, but from somewhere very close to you, just behind your shoulder. You turn quickly, but there's no one there. Only the faint shimmer of air moving wrong, the way heat does above a forge. You tell yourself it's imagination, that you're tired. That reading too much ink on too little sleep is making you see ghosts in the air. But the feeling doesn't fade. The air keeps humming. It feels like someone standing too close, like someone waiting for you to finish. You look down at the parchment again. The last line has changed. You're sure of it. To whoever reads this, don't forget me. You freeze. Your pulse quickens. The words weren't there before, or maybe they were, and you just hadn't looked hard enough. You trace the line, your finger trembling. The ink is fresh, still warm. Outside, the wind picks up, soft at first, then insistent. The candle sputters, nearly goes out, then flares higher than it should. The flame dances wildly, casting your shadow large against the wall, stretching it, shaping it until it looks like two people standing close together. You whisper, "Who are you?" But there's no reply, just the slow settling of the air, the faint smell of iron, the echo of a heartbeat that isn't yours. You fold the parchment again, tighter this time. You tuck it away in a box with a lock that doesn't quite work. You tell yourself you'll return it to the chapel tomorrow. You won't. When you blow out the candle, the room stays a little too bright for a moment, as if someone else hasn't realized the light is gone. You tell yourself forgetting is easy. People do it all the time. They forget birthdays, debts, entire conversations that should have changed them. Surely you can forget one ink-stained page and the way it looked back at you. You scrub your hands, your tunic, the wooden table where you read it. The stain spreads like gossip. It clings, deep and stubborn, turning the fibers a shade too dark to be innocent. You hang the tunic outside, pretending sunlight will fix it. It doesn't. The wind plays with the sleeve, like it's waving at something you can't see. You go back inside. The smell of iron follows. At night, you dream in red. Not bright, honest red, but deep and thick, like wine left to stew too long. The letters from the spell drift through your dreams, rearranging themselves into new sentences that feel like secrets you shouldn't know. Sometimes you wake with your hands clenched, nails biting into your palms. Sometimes you wake laughing, which is worse. You burn the candle shorter each night, telling yourself the smaller the flame, the smaller the shadows. But the darkness doesn't listen. It stretches anyway, long fingers creeping across the walls until they meet the stain that won't come out. You tell yourself it's just bad lighting. You tell yourself a lot of things. When you go to the apothecary, she greets you with her usual smile, the one that never reaches her eyes. You ask about solvents, about herbs that remove stains. She gives you vinegar and a look that says she knows it won't help. There are some things, she says, that aren't meant to come out. You pretend she's talking about fabric. The priest won't meet your eye. He says he's taking a vow of limited interaction. You ask what that means. He blesses your elbow and walks away. Even the goat avoids you now. It watches from a distance, chewing thoughtfully, like it's calculating your odds of survival. You consider taking that personally, but decide against it. The dreams get worse. Sometimes you see a hand writing in the dark, moving across parchment that isn't there. The letters pulse faintly, as though alive. You never see the face, just the motion, steady and unhurried, like someone confident you'll read it eventually. You always do. You start avoiding mirrors. The ink doesn't just stain, it lingers in reflections. Once, while washing your hands, you swear you see the words floating behind you in the basin's water. You promised. You drop the bowl. The sound startles the chickens outside. You pretend you didn't see it. You try leaving the village for a day, thinking maybe distance will dissolve whatever has attached itself to you. The road feels too quiet. Every bird call sounds like your name, mispronounced by something that's learning. By the time you reach the edge of the woods, the air tastes metallic. You turn back. You don't remember deciding to. That night, you dream of the parchment again. Only this time, it's speaking. Not loudly, not in words exactly, but in feeling. The same sensation you had when you first read it, longing, endless and unsatisfied, turning circles inside your chest. It's not malevolent, just lonely. You wake with tears on your face. You can't tell if they're yours. The ink on your tunic shifts in certain light. Sometimes it looks like a smudge, sometimes like handwriting. Once, for a brief moment, you see the faint curve of a letter. You grab it, rub at it furiously, but it only deepens. You throw the tunic into the fire. It hisses. The room smells like rain on hot metal. When you check the ashes, the fabric is gone, but the stain remains on your hands. You stop telling people about it. They've started avoiding you anyway. The children whisper when you pass, calling you the inked. Someone leaves a sprig of rosemary on your doorstep. Someone else leaves a note that just says, "Don't answer if it calls again." You sit by the window for hours, watching the sky shift from gray to gold to night. You tell yourself that you can outwait it. That ink fades, even the darkest kind. You believe it until you see the moonlight hit your hands and the faint shimmer of words start to appear again. Not the spell this time, but something new. You carried me. I remember. You don't sleep after that. You stare at your hands until dawn, the words fading with the light. You tell yourself the sun will burn it away. But when morning comes, You notice the faintest stain still clinging to your sleeve, shaped almost like a heart, pulsing faintly in time with your breath. You find the blacksmith where he always is, half in shadow, half in smoke, all noise and muscle. The air around his forge hums with heat, metal sighing under his hammer like it's tired of existing in one shape. You stand at the doorway, uncertain if you're intruding or just melting. He doesn't look up right away, too focused on bending something glowing and angry into submission. When he finally does, he grins, a mouthful of soot and sincerity. "What are you after?" he asks, setting the hammer down. The word "after" echoes faintly, like it's aware you've been chasing something you can't name. You hesitate. You consider lying. You consider saying you need a latch repaired or a hinge reshaped. But he's not the kind of man you can lie to. He looks at you like a father might look at a spark, curious if it'll catch or burn itself out. "I need advice," you say, and the words sound small in the furnace air. He raises an eyebrow, wipes his hands on a rag that might once have been white, and gestures for you to sit on an overturned bucket. "About?" You tell him. "Not everything, but enough. About the spells, the ink that won't wash away, the parchment that hums in your sleep. You even mention the goose, though you say it quickly, like ripping off a bandage." He listens without interrupting, just nodding occasionally, the way people do when they've heard stranger things than yours. When you're done, he exhales, long and low, like the air leaving a bellows. "Sounds like love to me," he says. You blink. "Love?" He shrugs, reaching for a piece of metal, setting it back in the fire. "Everyone thinks it's some holy light from the heavens. Truth is, it's heat, pressure, timing. You work at it too long, it breaks. Not enough, it stays soft. That's the way of it." He pulls the metal out, strikes it hard. Sparks scatter like small thoughts escaping. "People don't like that answer," he adds. "They want love to be magic. Easier to blame enchantments than admit we do it to ourselves." You watch him shape the glowing iron, hypnotized by the rhythm. Hit, turn, hit again. The metal changes slowly, obediently, until it begins to look like something that could hold meaning. You realize you haven't breathed in a while. "So what do I do?" you ask finally. He smiles. "Stop feeding it." You frown. "Feeding what?" "The thing that follows you. Whatever it is, if you stop giving it attention, it'll burn itself out. That's what happens with fires. That's what happens with love too sometimes." He quenches the metal in a bucket of water, steam rising between you. "Other times," he says, quieter now, "it burns you clean. You want to ask how to tell the difference." But his gaze drifts toward the forge, the flames reflected in his eyes, and you realize he's not answering questions anymore, he's remembering. He disappears into the back for a moment, then returns holding something small and heavy, a horseshoe, newly shaped, still warm from the forge. He presses it into your hands. "For luck," he says, "not the kind you think you need, but the kind that keeps you steady." You thank him. He nods like it's nothing. Then, almost as an afterthought, he steps forward and wraps you in a hug, quick, firm, unexpectedly gentle. He smells like iron and smoke and the kind of sadness that never leaves but learns to behave. When you leave, the sky has turned the color of ash. The horseshoe weighs solid in your palm, grounding you. You walk past the fields, past the edge of the village, where the air is cooler and the silence feels earned. You think about what he said about love being forged, not conjured, about heat and pressure, and how some things have to be reshaped before they can hold anything worth keeping. At home, you hang the horseshoe above your door. You're not sure if it's superstition or protection, or simply a reminder that something solid still exists in a world made mostly of smoke. You stare at it longer than you mean to. It gleams faintly, catching the light like it knows it's been given purpose. When night falls, you light no candles. You don't read, don't listen for whispers. You just sit in the quiet, feeling the slow rhythm of your heart return to something almost ordinary. For the first time in a long while, The air doesn't feel haunted. It feels heavy, yes, but in a real, human way. Outside, you hear the distant ring of the blacksmith's hammer, steady and patient, marking time. You imagine him at his forge, shaping something new, something strong enough to hold against the fire. You wonder if that's what love really is, not the spell, not the ache, but the act of staying long enough to make meaning from heat. You go to sleep with that sound still echoing in your chest, and when you dream, it's not of ink or whispers or blood. It's of light, forged and bright, held in your hands without burning. The moon rises red, swollen like a fruit too ripe to touch. The villagers say it means something harvest or omen or overdue apology, but no one agrees on what. You stand at the edge of the crowd, watching their faces glow in its light. Everyone looks softer and stranger under it, as if the color has peeled away their usual disguises. The air hums, thick with heat and superstition. Old Marta starts the singing. Her voice is cracked but certain, like she's done this 100 times and only half believes in it anymore. The others join in, some off-key, some too loud, some only mouthing the words because they're afraid to get them wrong. The melody isn't pretty, but it carries, weaving through the air until even the trees seem to lean closer. Someone lights a candle, then 10, then 50. The light flickers against the red of the moon, fighting for relevance. Shadows sway on the ground like they're part of the ceremony. You don't remember agreeing to be here. You don't remember deciding anything at all. You just woke up with the feeling that this was where you needed to stand, like gravity had written you an invitation. The priest coughs dramatically, then begins muttering prayers under his breath. You can tell he's making some of them up. The words sound too new, too careful, as if he's trying to keep up appearances for whatever might be watching. His hands tremble slightly as he sprinkles holy water on the crowd. It hisses when it lands on the stones. Next to you, a child stares up at the sky, wide-eyed and unblinking. She asks her mother if the moon is bleeding. The mother says no, it's only remembering. You want to ask what that means, but you suspect no one here really knows. The singing changes. It deepens, slows, the notes turning heavy enough to sink into the earth. You feel it in your chest, more than your ears, a thrum that matches your pulse. Somewhere behind you, someone faints, probably the baker's apprentice, who's been surviving on sugar and gossip for 3 days. No one stops singing. They just step neatly around him and keep going. The goat wanders into the crowd. You don't know whose it is anymore. It's become a sort of communal pet/omen. It bleats once, long and low, as if adding commentary. Everyone takes it as a sign. They just disagree about what kind. You glance toward the chapel. The windows glow with candlelight, but no one's inside. The altar looks deserted, dust rising in the half-open doorway. For a moment, you think you see something moving, just a shift of light, or maybe the shape of a person standing too still. You blink, and it's gone. The air changes. It grows dense, warm enough that sweat beads along your spine. The moon hangs directly overhead now, impossibly large, too close, as if it's leaning in to listen. A hush falls over the crowd. You can hear breathing, dozens of people inhaling and exhaling in uncertain rhythm. Even the insects have gone quiet. Then, softly, someone begins to whisper. You can't see who. The words slip between the silence like water through cracks. Others join in, hesitant at first, then bolder, voices overlapping in a jumble of syllables you don't recognize. You catch fragments, names, promises, a few words that sound suspiciously like the beginnings of spells. You wonder if anyone actually knows what they're saying, or if it's just the human instinct to fill a void. A gust of wind sweeps through the square. The candles stutter. One by one, they go out. The only light left is the red wash of the moon, deep and liquid, painting everyone in the same fevered hue. Someone gasps. Someone else laughs. A little too high-pitched. The sound rings off the stones and disappears. You look up. The moon looks back. You know it shouldn't. but it does. You feel it, an awareness that hums just beyond reason. You think of the old spells, the love poems written in blood, the whispered warnings about names spoken under red skies. You wonder how many hearts are being quietly bound tonight, how many bargains are being made without permission. A drop of something warm lands on your hand. You flinch. It's just candle wax, or dew, or maybe nothing at all. You rub it away, but it leaves a faint mark that refuses to fade. Someone starts singing again, slower now, softer. It sounds almost like morning. The crowd follows, voices breaking but steady. You join in, though you don't know the words. You just hum along, your voice blending with theirs, the sound rising into the red-soaked night. The moon doesn't answer. It only stares, ancient and indifferent, as if it's seen too many of these gatherings to care. Maybe it has. Maybe it's keeping count. When the song finally dies, no one speaks. People drift away, silent, like waking from a shared dream they don't want to explain. The priest crosses himself 3 times before disappearing into the dark. The goat lingers, chewing thoughtfully, then trots off toward the fields. You're the last one left. The moon has paled slightly, its red fading into something more human. You tilt your head back and whisper something you can't quite hear yourself say. A wish, maybe, or an apology. The wind carries it away before it can decide which. The oldest tree stands at the edge of the village, where the earth tilts toward the forgotten fields and the air smells faintly of rain and smoke. It's wide enough to swallow a horse and older than anyone alive can remember. They say it was already ancient when the first stones of the chapel were laid. They say it listens. You tell yourself that's nonsense, but you walk softly anyway. You come at dusk, the time when light can't decide what it wants to be. The tree's branches stretch overhead like a great tangled cathedral, creaking in slow conversation with the wind. Wax drips down its roots in hardened rivers from years of candle offerings, some melted in devotion, some in apology. The base of the trunk is carved with initials, hearts, promises, all slowly merging into one unreadable language of longing. You circle it once, tracing a fingertip over someone's shaky, forever. The grooves are deep. The tree has been keeping secrets for centuries, each confession pressed into its skin by people who couldn't bear to say them out loud. You wonder how many of those names still mean something to someone. You wonder how many the tree remembers. A jar sits in the roots, half buried in soil. Inside is a scrap of parchment curled around a wilted flower. You don't touch it. You've learned not to disturb the offerings of others. The last time you did, a crow followed you for 3 days, cawing the same note like it was laughing. The air feels thick here, weighted with stories. You can almost hear them if you listen, the whispered bargains, the promises carved under moons both red and ordinary. There's a reason people come to this tree when they want something impossible. It's not that the tree grants wishes, it just doesn't say no. You kneel and set down the candle you brought, striking the flint with shaking fingers. The flame catches, small but steady, the wax already pooling at the base. The light flickers across the bark, making the carved initials dance. For a moment, it feels like the tree is breathing. You hesitate before carving. It feels intrusive, like writing your name on someone's body. Still, you press the blade to the wood, shallow at first, then firmer. The bark resists. The sound it makes isn't quite a creak, not quite a sigh, something in between. You tell yourself it's just the wind. You keep carving anyway. When your name is done, the letters look uneven, slightly trembling. It feels smaller than you expected, swallowed by all the others. You step back, knife in hand, and study your work. Nothing happens. The candle flickers. The breeze cools your face. You almost laugh at yourself for expecting otherwise. Then, faintly, the bark shifts. Just a ripple, as though the wood itself takes a slow breath. You freeze. The sound that follows is softer than speech, more felt than heard. It's the exhale of something vast and patient, older than prayer. The kind of sound trees might make when they remember your weight. You whisper an apology. It feels appropriate. A voice, no, not a voice. Just a thought with sound attached seems to move through the leaves. It isn't angry. It isn't kind. It's curious. Why do you keep asking love to stay? You can't. Answer. The question lands in your chest, heavy and familiar, like a truth you've been circling for too long. You think of the blood ink, the spells, the moon, the way everything you've touched lately seems to want something back. The candle flame gutters. You stare at it, refusing to look up again. You say quietly, because we don't know how to stop wanting. The tree doesn't respond, but the wind changes direction, brushing your face like acknowledgement. Somewhere high above, a branch cracks. Not a break, just the sound of something stretching. You imagine the tree smiling, in the slow, cruel way only old things can. You let the candle burn itself down. The wax runs over your fingers when you pick it up, still warm. You rub it absently into your palm, feeling it harden as it cools. You glance at your name one last time. The grooves already look shallower, as if the tree is deciding whether to keep it. When you turn to leave, you hear that sigh again, deep and low, a sound that carries both weariness and warning. You walk faster. The forest edge feels farther away than before, the path turning longer, more uncertain with each step. You resist the urge to look back. By the time you reach the clearing, the air feels lighter. The sounds of the village return, distant chatter, the faint ring of the blacksmith's hammer, a goat making decisions it shouldn't. Normal life, pretending it doesn't believe in what you just did. You flex your hand. The wax has cooled into a thin layer over your skin, sealing the faint sting of a shallow cut you hadn't noticed before. You think it's from the carving, but when you look closely, the mark isn't where the knife touched you, it's where you held the candle. You wipe it away, but a faint shimmer remains. Behind you, the wind moves through the trees again. A rustle, a whisper, something like your name. You tell yourself not to listen. You keep walking, still. Part of you swears the sigh that follows sounds, suspiciously like laughter. You find it by accident, though later you'll pretend it was destiny. A patch of moss in the woods gives beneath your boot with a soft sigh, revealing something pale underneath. At first, you think it's just bark or bone. This forest has plenty of both. But then, the corner of parchment curls at the touch of air, and you see the faint shimmer of ink, or maybe blood. It's hard to tell the difference these days. The parchment feels wrong against your fingers, too warm, too alive. You wipe away the moss, revealing the first lines. The handwriting changes halfway through the first sentence, 3 distinct hands, each more desperate than the last. The top one is neat, elegant, practiced. The second looks rushed, the strokes uneven and dark. The third trembles, the words smaller, almost like they're hiding from themselves. You crouch, the air thick with damp and memory. The forest doesn't move. Even the wind seems to pause. You start reading, because you have to. It begins with a name. You don't recognize it, though the letters look familiar, like a cousin of a thought you've almost had before. Then come the invocations, phrases that sound more like pleading than magic. Bind our hearts, one line says, as the moon binds the tide. Another, let no breath pass without their name in it. You can hear the ache of it in the words, a hunger that feels ancient. By the second paragraph, the tone changes. The sentences grow uneven, tangled with crossings out and fresh attempts. Whoever wrote this second part wasn't writing poetry. They were bargaining. I offer what is mine, it says, my voice, my warmth, my place at the fire. Then, chillingly, if it takes blood, let it be mine first. The ink is darker here. It's not ink at all. You swallow, your throat dry despite the wet air. The page smells faintly of iron and rosemary, The kind of combination only the lovesick or the foolish would think. Romantic. You trace the third section carefully. The last handwriting shakes, the letters almost illegible, like the writer's hand was unsteady or unwilling. Please love me back, it reads. Then, scrawled underneath in smaller script, please, even if it hurts. The words hang in your head long after you stop reading. You want to put the parchment back, to cover it with moss again, to pretend you never found it. But the forest seems to have shifted. The trees lean closer, listening. You think you hear a heartbeat. It might be yours, it might not. You fold the parchment, though it resists, the edges stiff as if clinging to the air. You tuck it into your satchel, because that's what humans do. When faced with something cursed, we collect it, call it history, and promise to handle it responsibly. The forest doesn't approve. You can feel its disapproval prickling the back of your neck. As you walk back toward the village, everything feels slightly misaligned. The path that usually winds right now curves left. The air hums faintly, like a distant voice trying to remember its own language. You try humming to fill the silence, but it comes out shaky, a lullaby you can't finish. By the time you reach the edge of town, the parchment burns faintly through the fabric of your bag. You set it on the table inside your cottage, careful not to look at it too long. You tell yourself you'll read it again in the morning, under sunlight, when everything feels less haunted. But even now, as the candle flickers, you can see the faint shimmer of the ink pulsing in rhythm with your breath. Outside, the sky turns the color of bruised fruit. A storm gathers, the kind that feels personal. The wind presses against the windows as if trying to get in. You sit by the parchment, staring. You know you shouldn't read it again. You know better. You read it again anyway. And this time, the words don't look the same. They've rearranged themselves slightly. Or maybe you've just noticed what they always were. Between the lines, faintly, new writing bleeds through fourth handwriting, smaller, newer. You lean closer. The words form slowly, as if written by an invisible hand across the parchment surface. It says, "Do not finish it." You drop the page. The candle flickers wildly, almost going out. You stare at the table, the ink now still, the words innocent again. But your heart beats faster, matching the rhythm you thought you heard in the forest. You sit there for a long time, staring at it, knowing you should burn it, knowing you won't. You tell yourself you're just studying history, that you're not like the others who fell into its spell, but your fingers twitch toward it anyway, brushing the edge like it's a pulse. The candle finally dies. The room falls silent except for your breathing. The parchment gleams faintly in the dark, and for a moment you could swear you hear someone whisper three voices at once, layered and pleading. Please love me back. You close your eyes, but the words stay, written behind your eyelids in ink that won't fade. You wait until night to do it, because burning anything in daylight feels too final, too visible. The village is quiet, the kind of quiet that holds its breath. The moon hangs low, a pale coin dropped between clouds. You build the fire in the small pit behind your cottage, feeding it kindling and shreds of the day-old straw, splintered wood, a scrap of last week's hope. The flames catch quickly, hungry and bright. The parchment waits on the table inside, folded neatly, pretending innocence. You've avoided touching it all day, but it's never really left your thoughts. Every time you blinked, you saw the words, the blood-dark script, the way the ink shimmered faintly as if alive. You told yourself it wasn't. You told yourself this was just history. But history has teeth. You pick it up now, the paper soft and fragile from years in the damp earth. It seems to hum faintly, or maybe that's your pulse in your fingertips. You hesitate at the door. There's always a moment before you let go of something when you wonder if it's too late to change your mind. The night answers with a gust of wind that smells faintly of rosemary and rain. You take it as permission. The flames bend toward you as you step closer, as if they know what you've brought. You hold the parchment over them, just for a moment, long enough for the heat to kiss your skin. Then you let it fall. It curls instantly, the edges darkening, the ink running like spilled shadow. The writing melts away, letter by letter, until the words blur together into nothing. The flames crackle sharply, almost gleeful. It sounds disturbingly like laughter. You try not to think about who might be laughing. The smoke rises, thick and dark, curling in strange shapes before dissolving into the air. It smells like endings, sweet and bitter all at once, like something that wanted to stay but knew better. You breathe it in before you can stop yourself, and it tastes faintly of metal and memory. You tell yourself you feel lighter, and you almost do. For a while you just watch. The fire eats greedily, faster than it should, as though it's starving. When the last bit of parchment disappears, the flames leap higher, flaring white for a heartbeat before settling back to red. You step closer, unable to help yourself. There's something mesmerizing about destruction when it's clean, when it's chosen. Then you hear it. Faint, beneath the crackle, a whisper. Not words, not really just the shape of sound. It could be wind. It could be something else. You stand perfectly still, listening. The fire pops loudly, spitting a small ember at your feet, as if offended by your attention. You step back. The air feels different now. Thinner, but sharper too, like it's been scrubbed of something you hadn't realized was heavy. The night stretches wider around you. You look, up at the stars, clear and uncaring. It's strange how they keep shining, no matter what burns below. The fire begins to die down, reduced to glowing embers. You stir them once with a stick, just to be sure. The ashes shift, red veins pulsing faintly before they cool. You think of everything you've learned, the spells, the blood, the endless promises written in desperate hands, and wonder how many other fires have been lit for the same reason. To forget, to forgive, to finish. You kneel, running your fingers through the soot. It's still warm, still humming faintly. You can almost convince yourself you hear breathing in it, but it's not pleading anymore. Whatever was trapped there is gone, released or erased, you can't tell which. A soft sound comes from the woods behind you. You turn, heart tight, expecting the goat, or perhaps the ghost of an ill-fated lover. Instead, there's nothing but wind through the branches, a rustle that sounds suspiciously like applause. You smile, despite yourself. The forest, it seems, approves. You rise and dust your hands off, the ash leaving faint gray streaks across your palms. They look like veins of smoke, thin and ghostly. You try rubbing them away, but they cling, staining your skin in a way soap won't fix. You sigh. Maybe it's fitting. Maybe all magic leaves fingerprints. Back inside, you wash your hands anyway, though the water turns cloudy and does little good. You blow out your candle, crawl into bed, and wait for the quiet to feel normal again. The room smells faintly of smoke and something else, something sweet, like release. You dream of fire, of parchment curling into ash, of words unspelling themselves, of a voice whispering thank you, though you can't tell if it comes from outside or somewhere under your ribs. When you wake, dawn is already pushing at the window. The air is cool, clean, the kind of air that feels new. You step outside barefoot, the ground damp with dew. The fire pit is cold. Now, a ring of gray dust and memory. You kneel, pressing your palm to the ashes. They're cool to the touch. You wait for something, a sign, a sound, a sigh, but there's nothing. Just birdsong and the faint clatter of a bucket at the well. You smile, small and tired. For once, silence feels like peace. When you stand to leave, a breeze sweeps through, stirring the ashes. They rise briefly, swirling into the light, catching the first gold of morning before scattering to nothing. The last trace of the spell disappears into the sky. You watch it go, and for the first time in a long while, you don't feel haunted, you just feel free. She finds you near the well, just before sunset. Her hands are trembling, not from cold, but from something quieter, sharper. She's young, though not so young that she doesn't already carry the look of someone who's made a bargain with herself and intends to lose. You know that look. The whole village wears it from time to time. She asks if you still have paper. Her voice barely moves the air. You do, of course. Everyone here does. Paper, quills, a bit of wax tools for prayers disguised as letters, for love dressed up as ritual. You should say no. You've burned enough things for one lifetime. But you nod anyway, because her eyes are too full of questions you remember having. You take her to your cottage. The fire is low, and the smell of smoke still lingers, faint but familiar, clinging to the rafters like an old story that refuses to leave. She doesn't sit. She stands near the table, fidgeting with the edge of her sleeve, watching the ink bottle like it might bite. You ask the name. She doesn't give it, just shakes her head and says softly, "If I say it, it might make it real." You want to tell her that's the point, that names give shape to longing. That's how spells work, or used to. But instead you just nod again and hand her the quill. Her hands don't stop shaking. The quill scratches across the page, hesitant at first, then faster. You pretend not to read, but the words crawl up the air anyway. Simple ones, almost tender. "See me," it says. "Find me." Then something darker. "Stay." The ink smudges, a droplet falls, spreading across the parchment like a bruise. You realize she's crying, but she's quiet about it, as if ashamed to let the magic know it's working. You reach for a rag and slide it toward her, wordless. She wipes her eyes and laughs once, a sound that's halfway to breaking. "It's silly," she says. You don't answer. In this village, silly things have power. When she finishes writing, she sets the quill down, but doesn't move the paper toward you. It just sits there between you both, breathing softly. The ink hasn't dried yet, still glistening under the candlelight like wet blood. She stares at it, her lips moving as if silently reciting a prayer. You clear your throat. "It doesn't need blood," you say carefully. "Ink works, words work." She looks up at you with eyes too big for the moment. "But will it feel the same?" she asks. The question isn't about the spell. You wish it were. You tell her that love is more convincing when it's written in something you can wash off. She considers that for a long time, chewing the inside of her cheek. Then she nods. But it's the kind of nod people give when they don't really believe you, just want to be polite about it. You take the parchment gently and hold it near the fire, careful not to scorch it. The words shimmer faintly, as if deciding whether to obey. The ink smells faintly of iron, though you know you didn't add anything to it. You whisper something nothing special, just a few words you learned from the old spellbinder about letting go. The paper curls slightly at the edges. The girl inhales sharply. You almost expect the air to change, the shadows to stir, but nothing happens. The spell stays still. Maybe it's tired. Maybe it knows. Better than both of you. She exhales and laughs again, softer this time. "Maybe it doesn't work because I didn't mean it enough." You shake your head. "Or maybe it doesn't work because you already meant it too much." That makes her go quiet. The kind of quiet that presses against the walls. You pour her tea to fill the silence. She takes it with both hands, holding the cup like it might tell her a secret if she waits long enough. The fire pops behind you, the sound small but grounding. Finally, she folds the parchment in half, then again, tucking it into her pocket like something fragile. "Thank you," she says. You nod, but you don't say you're welcome. You've learned not to thank people for unfinished magic. At the door, she pauses. "Do you think it ever really worked? The old spells?" You glance at the faint soot marks still staining your palms. "They worked," you say quietly. "Just not how anyone expected." She nods, thoughtful, and steps into the dusk. You watch her go until her shape dissolves into the mist, her outline blurring with the smoke from the chimneys and the sigh of the fields. The door creaks as you close it, a small sound swallowed by the night. The parchment smell lingers even after she's gone. You sit by the fire, the ink bottle catching the light, the quill resting where she left it. You think about the way her words looked on the page, clumsy, certain, alive. You think about how every spell you've seen, no matter how foolish, always begins the same way, with someone who can't keep quiet about their heart. You add another log to the fire. The flame leaps up, and for a moment, the room glows like a memory. You whisper the same thing she did. Please love me back. And it doesn't feel like a spell anymore. It feels like history, folding itself into the air. Outside, the wind carries her footsteps away, soft as a promise. Inside, you sit very still, ink-stained and human, waiting for the quiet to tell you what comes next. You see it happen by the baker's stall, of all places, the one with the lopsided roof and the perpetual smell of yeast and gossip. She's there, wiping flour from her cheek with the back of her hand, not realizing she's just smearing it further. He's there, pretending to buy bread but clearly forgetting what bread even is. You watch as something wordless passes between them, clumsy, unpolished, utterly human. It's almost disappointing at first. No chanting, no candles, no small animals involved, just two people fumbling over the same loaf. He tries to hand it to her, drops it, catches it, drops it again. She laughs, the kind of laugh that trips on itself, then bites her lip like she's embarrassed by how easy it was to laugh at all. You've seen people cast spells with less effort. The baker watches from behind the counter, expression unreadable, though you suspect he's calculating how many loaves this little moment will cost him. The air between the two of them hums not the heavy, charged hum of blood magic, but something quieter, familiar, like the sound of dough rising. You stand at a distance, pretending to inspect turnips. You tell yourself you're not eavesdropping, though you definitely are. He says something about the weather, something utterly forgettable, and she nods too quickly, as if agreeing with the sky might help her heart keep its balance. Their hands brush when she pays for the bread, and for a moment, neither moves. You can almost hear it, the startled rhythm of two pulses, realizing they've found company. You think of all the spells you've seen, the ink-stained pages, the trembling hands, the whispered bargains with the moon. All of it seems suddenly excessive, like trying to trap lightning in a jar when a single spark was enough all along. Love, it turns out, doesn't need blood. It just needs proximity and poor coordination. They leave the stall together, talking about nothing, their words overlapping in a nervous duet. You follow at a distance because curiosity has long since learned to walk beside you. They pause near the well, where the air smells faintly of mint and old wishes. He breaks the loaf in half and hands her a piece. She takes it. No words, just bread. You remember something the goat whisperer once said, that affection should taste like effort, not sacrifice. You didn't understand it then, but watching them now, you think you might. There's something beautiful in how awkward it all is, how unrefined. Love without ritual is messier. It doesn't glow or chant or tremble with divine intent. It just spills unexpected, uninvited, and somehow exactly where it needs to. They sit on the low stone wall, eating in silence. Crumbs fall between them. The pigeons take notes. You realize you're smiling, though you don't mean to. It's not joy exactly, more like recognition. The kind of warmth that sneaks up on you when the world behaves like it's supposed to, just for a moment. The girl laughs again, softer this time, the sound blending with the rhythm of the village. Buckets, bells, a cart rolling past. He says something you can't hear, and she looks at him like she's seeing a spell take shape, one written in freckles instead of ink. You turn away then, because it feels private, like stepping into a prayer meant for someone else. On the walk home, you try to shake off the image, but it follows you, the flower on her cheek, the half smile he couldn't hide, the ordinary miracle of it all. You think about how many people tried to write love into existence, carving it into bark, bleeding it into parchment, forcing it to obey. Maybe it never wanted to obey. Maybe it just wanted to happen. The way bread rises or dawn arrives slowly, imperfectly, but inevitable. When you reach your door, the smell of smoke still lingers from the last spell you burned. You open a window. Let the air move through. For once, it smells of nothing but life, baked bread, dust, the faint echo of laughter carried by the wind. You sit at your table, staring at the blank sheet of parchment. The quill waits beside it, quiet. You dip it into ink, but instead of writing, you draw a small, uneven circle, just a loaf, just enough. Outside, someone laughs again, the same kind of laugh that doesn't need translating. You smile, set down the quill, and decide to leave the paper blank a little longer. Some things, you realize, don't need to be written to be real. You leave at dawn, because that's when departures feel least dramatic. The sky is half awake, pale blue and undecided. The village still smells of bread and smoke and yesterday's gossip. You tie your pack, check it twice, then stand in the doorway longer than you mean to. It's always harder to walk away from a place that once pretended to need you. The goat watches from the fence, unimpressed. She's chewing something that was once your glove. You tell her to stay out of trouble, though you both know she won't. Beside her, the rooster, silent all week, finally crows, a sound that splits the morning open like a cracked egg. It feels like permission, or mockery, hard to tell. Your boots find the road without much effort. The dirt is damp, still soft from last night's rain, and your footprints blur behind you as if the village is already erasing you from memory. That seems fair. It has other stories to tell now, fresher ones, with new hands and new spells. You were always just a passerby, a witness with ink-stained fingers. As you pass the well, Bertha waves. She doesn't ask where you're going. She just hands you a small loaf of bread wrapped in cloth and says, "It's better fresh." You thank her, though you suspect it isn't. The baker's bread is always a little too dense, a little too human. The air smells faintly of lavender and smoke from the blacksmith's forge. He's already working, hammer ringing, like a heartbeat. He looks up, wipes his brow, and grins. "Remember what I said about love?" he calls. You nod. Forged, not conjured. He laughs and goes back to his work. The sound carries for a while, rhythmic and steady, like a reminder you didn't ask for. The apothecary's shutters are still closed, but a beetle crawls across the sill, one of hers, no doubt. You whisper a small farewell to it just in case she's listening through it. You wouldn't put it past her. The village thrives on the half-believed. You walk past the chapel. The priest is outside, sweeping steps that will never stay clean. He sees you and raises a hand, then blesses the broom by mistake. You nod solemnly, because it feels wrong to laugh at someone trying their best. Children run through the mud nearby, chasing a chicken wearing a piece of ribbon. You don't ask. You've learned better. Some stories don't need explanations, they just happen, messy and miraculous. The sound of their laughter follows you down the hill. It's lighter than most magic you've known. At the edge of the fields, you stop and turn back. The roofs catch the early light, soft gold on crooked thatch. Smoke curls from a dozen chimneys, each one a sigh from someone still asleep or pretending to be. You can almost hear the hum of the village, the quiet pulse of lives entangled, imperfect, endless. It doesn't need you anymore. It never did. You take the folded parchment from your pocket, the one you swore you'd burn but didn't. The ink has faded to brown, the words barely legible now. You read the first line, then the last. You don't cry, you just smile, the kind of smile that knows too much and forgives anyway. The wind picks up, brushing your hair into your eyes, carrying with it the faint smell of the blood quill maker's oils, the old witch's stew, the faint metallic tang of forgotten magic. You breathe it all in and let it go. The road stretches ahead, quiet and wide. You start walking, your pack light, your heart something between full and empty. Behind you, the village shrinks until it's nothing more than a smudge of roofs and smoke and the faint echo of laughter. Somewhere far off, a bell rings. Not for you. That's the best part. You pass the oldest tree on your way out, the one with the initials carved deep into its bark. Your name is still there, small and uneven. You press your fingers to it one last time. The bark feels warm, alive. You whisper, "Keep it," and the leaves rustle as though they might. The sun climbs higher, the light turning gold around you. The rooster crows again, once sharp and bright, as if to mark the end of something. You smile into the sound. You keep walking, and the village fades behind you until it's just a story you used to know by heart. You finally understand somewhere between the fields and the forest. The air tastes cleaner here, like rain and endings. The dirt road winds forward without demanding where you're headed, and for once, you don't ask either. The pack on your back is lighter than it should be, half full of useless trinkets, half full of things you can't name but can't leave behind. You've seen too much to believe in coincidences and too little to claim certainty. But this quiet stretch of road, feels like a confession you've been walking toward all along. Love spells were never really about the magic. You know that now. They were about trying, about the stubborn hope that someone might look up at the same moon and think of you. They were ink and candlelight and desperation in equal measure, a way of saying, "Please see me," without having to speak, because words fail when hearts don't listen, so people bled a little instead. They thought maybe the body could speak where the tongue could not. You think of the lovers who mixed their names with ash and honey, who whispered prayers to jars of rainwater and kissed their fingers after sealing them. You think of the old spellbinder with her cracked voice and her laughter that could make walls lean closer to hear. You think of the girl with shaking hands and a folded page in her pocket, who wrote her longing in ink and walked away smiling anyway. They were all trying to name something larger than themselves, something fragile and wild and human. You remember the parchment burns, the faint shimmer of blood in candlelight, the smell of wax and iron and wishful thinking. Every spell was a story disguised as a ritual. Every failure, a poem no one meant to write. The villagers called them enchantments, but what they really were, what they'd always been, were testaments. Little acts of faith carved into the dark. People were lonely, and loneliness makes strange things holy. You stop by the old oak, where initials crowd the bark like small prayers. Yours among them, still fresh enough to sting. The leaves shiver in the wind, whispering secrets you already know. You touch the rough letters and feel the faint pulse of every hand that carved before you. Every plea, every promise. It hums like a living thing, a heartbeat made of centuries. You realize then that love isn't something people summon. It's something that leaks out of them, unstoppable and inconvenient, staining everything it touches. Further down the road, you pass a farmer humming to his oxen. The song is off-key but earnest. He looks up, nods in greeting, then goes back to his work, his voice a thread connecting him to the earth. You wonder how many spells have started like that, a tune hummed without thinking, a wish released into the air because someone dared to want more than the day offered. Maybe that's what magic really was, wanting, unreasonably and completely. You walk until the road narrows, and the world feels smaller again. The air grows thick with the scent of moss and distance. You take out your notebook, not the spell book, not anymore, just paper and ink, and begin to write. Not incantations, not recipes for love or longing, just names. The washerwomen, the monk with the fern, the grumpy witch who cursed your shoes but still cried into her stew, the blacksmith who forged advice like iron, the goat who witnessed too much and judged too little. Each of them, a spell in their own way. You write until your hand cramps, until the ink smudges where your fingers brush the edge of the page. These aren't instructions anymore. They're memories disguised as gratitude, a way of saying, I was here, and so were they. You close the book and tuck it into your pack, feeling its weight settle against your spine like a promise. The sky begins to change color, bruised purples giving way to the shy gold of evening. Somewhere behind you, the village will be lighting candles. Somewhere ahead, the world waits without expectation. You realize that you don't need to cast a spell to keep what you've found. It's already in you, the courage to hope, to hurt, to try again. That's the real blood magic, the kind no one can bottle or trade. You pause at the crest of the hill and look back one last time. The rooftops glimmer faintly in the distance, smoke rising in lazy spirals. You think of all the people still trying, still writing, still bleeding tiny hopes into the world. And you smile, because it's beautiful in its foolishness. You turn away, the horizon wide and waiting. You don't whisper an incantation. You don't mark the moment with ritual. You simply walk, carrying their stories like a lantern you didn't mean to light but can't bear to extinguish. Somewhere, far behind, a rooster crows again. Not an ending, just an echo. And you keep walking, warm with the knowledge that love never needed magic, only the audacity to begin.